You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. Click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. I'll see you in the chat during the show. Right now, time for me to introduce myself. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. As you'll see, all of the players are still working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let the players back into my dungeon. But enough about that. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 4 Dungeon Run props available, if you're watching live, that is. Number 1. If you love this show, you can show love. And when you show love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you can show love to any member of the team, including me, Lord Ereban. Number 2, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or of course, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the trap of disadvantage, not really bestowing them anything. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain, is it not? And guess what? Yes, of course. Yes, Milo's ball is still out. We are trying to figure out how on earth to get it put away. Milo, please stop touching everything. Of course, there is nothing I can do about it. Oh, well, that's nice. Chef Scott has just done me a favor and killed my minion. Actually, that did me a gloriously good favor. Thank you for that one, Chef Scott. Now, my minion is dead. Anytime you use Milo's ball, of course, you kill my minion. Now, if you continue to use it, please do not. You will cause a mess because he will explode. So just for the time being, leave it as is. Good. Now, when you give props, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you and you won't like it. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more information on our characters, the Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a wonderful community of runners. And let me tell you, they are wonderful. Now, you can upload your fan art there as well, and to those who have already submitted, I see you, and I thank you. Oh, my mama like holy! I don't even know what words I was just using. The Raven Queen dropping potatoes all over the place. Unfortunately, Milo is dead, so I'll have to figure out a way to make those edible for myself. The Raven Queen, thank you so much for that. Now, let's move on and meet our brave souls. The cast of characters, yes! Number 1, please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Red Thistle. La, 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 la.
I like the end of that. It's like you broke out into a song.
I wanted to break out. Jared, are you wearing a new shirt?
I am.
Let me see it.
Yeah, this is my.
What is that?
This is my Hawaii shirt.
I love the color.
Yeah, you like this?
It's like my eye. No, my eyes aren't blue. My eyes are red. Well, anyways, I really like it. You look fantastic.
Thank
Very
you.
clean cut.
I'm on vacation.
Uh-oh. You're on vacation.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? So is TK421 with the potato dropping in hot, baby.
Nice.
Nice, TK. Very well played. Love it. We appreciate you very, very much. Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons, as you just saw, as Fahima Taiga with a new background.
Yes, I am. I'm on vacation, so I'm in Utah right now, and I.
Why is everyone
on?
Why did no one tell me about vacationing? Why am I the only one not on vacation?
You can take vacation anytime you want.
It's true. I can.
Just gotta get off the couch, Lord A.
I'll have to figure out how on earth to do that because I'm not really sure where to go or what to do. People don't like me much. Okay. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quelas.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very well.
As soon as the show's over,
valid.
as soon as the show is over, let's you and me hop in a car and we'll go to Vegas tonight. What do you say? Let's just
yes. I would like that very much.
Let's
very much. I'm in.
We'll spa it up.
Me and
it'll be great.
Just the two of us.
100%.
Vegas, baby. I love it.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait.
Nothing could go wrong.
Fantastic.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not at all. Not even sort of. Oh boy. Next up we have Ronald Ogden as Argo. Hello. What is going on with his Ronald?
Now I made it work.
My goodness.
Now I made it work.
Ronald,
My
I
brain
thought
is
you
on
were-
vacation. I didn't know.
I thought I had gone deaf for a moment. I'm so glad
I
to hear your
apologize.
voice.
Also-
How are you, good sir?
I'm great, but I'm hoping that you're not actually going to Vegas because of COVID outside right now. So
Oh,
Well,
right.
don't worry. COVID doesn't affect me.
fair.
Hold on. Let me just.
Oh, no.
Milo's hurt.
Also,
All right, he's down.
TK421, why are you not at your post?
Ooh. TK, that one was for you. We've interacted a number of times, so I'll let Ron. I think that might have been their first time. Very nice,
Yes.
very well played. Next up, we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumbledore.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Again, the hair is done differently. Was it because of the crazy new adventurer that we are on? I mean, sort of, not really new, but sort of,
I just
kind of.
switch it up every week. You know,
You're
I gotta keep
very
it exciting.
switchy. I
Yeah.
like it.
You know, Lord Airman,
I'm a fan of the switchiness.
good.
Very, very cool.
if
I
you're-
dig it.
If you're craving going to Vegas, I'm happy to come over and take some of your money and prepare you some like mediocre food. And
Wait, is that what happens in Vegas?
Yeah, and then like I don't know, I could pump some AC
No money.
into your house.
Yeah. I can't wait. Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Sounds like a
I'll do
plan.
the whole thing
No,
for
really,
you.
I'm never gonna go there. If that's what happens, bad food and money loss.
There's a lot
not
of good food.
idea.
There's a lot of
I'll try it just once. I'm sure nothing bad can happen. All right, last but not least, a very good friend of mine and a genius at that. Our dungeon master, Mr. Jeff Tanata!
Oh, Lord A. Do you remember, Lord A, when you and I got together and you were like, Jeff, I'm going to eat your brains unless we come up with this dungeon run idea and we throw these adventurers in a dungeon?
now we're back there. We're back in the original dungeon that you told me to make. How
Listen.
great is that?
Yes, but Jeff, you don't have to tell the story to everyone like that. We were good pals, remember? I never actually wanted to eat your... Listen, I said I wanted to eat your brains. I didn't really want to. I was just sort of, trying to massage you a little bit.
Wow.
I was impressed with your skill. How about that?
You know what? If anyone's going to eat my brains, I would want it to be you.
Damn, all right, I'll take you up on that. That sounds like a fun idea. I mean, listen, it would be great to see your inner workings, which of course I would be able to had I eaten your brains. Uh-oh, we just got another potato. This is becoming one heck of an evening, really, truly, and I'm excited to get this journey going because, as you all know, there are some special things that are taking place. Breba, thank you so very much for dropping that potato, and those of you that are out there that are watching, no one needs to do any gifting of any type if you don't want to. We appreciate each and every one of you, but those of you that do deliver and do drop props, we cannot tell you how much and how grateful we are for you and for those gifts. So thank you. Now, as the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. Yes, and before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers watch. I don't even know how to speak anymore. Click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show that ever existed in the history of shows ever regarding shows. Got it? Good. Now, keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Yeah! We gotta let Ereban have a little break.
I think not a moment too soon.
Yeah, I think he needs a vacation.
Hey, welcome everyone to episode 56 of the Dungeon Run. Or is it episode 0? Boy. I want to thank those potatoes. Again, you heard Lord Ereban making a big deal of it, but it is pretty wild, the potatoes that we're getting. If you're curious about what potatoes are, allow me to cordially invite you. If you are watching on YouTube or listening to us as an audio podcast, we love it. We appreciate you. But let me cordially invite you to join us live Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time on caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. That's where the live show happens. That's where the best community on the internet is hanging out. We are so grateful for our community. I'm so grateful for the potatoes we got from the Raven Queen, TK421, and Breba. Thank you for those. Also, already getting love, already getting those balloons. Every tiny little piece of applause, every balloon we get is just amazing. So thank you to 2O Mask, Digital Realm, Goofus McDorkle, Honor Sphinx, The Real Tabaxi Rogue, Confusing Wookie, Akuna Matata, Call Me Tim. Okay, Tim. Some kind of cosmonaut, and others. Thank you so much for those balloons. It's kicking the show off great. I understand there's a little anticipation for this week's episode.
What?
Go figure.
What do you
Just a little
like?
bit.
Just a tiny bit squishy. All of a sudden.
It's the ending of the last episode was completely normal. I don't know why people would be so, waiting for this.
I also want to say a big happy birthday to our own Jessica Lynn Parsons.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Happy birthday.
And
Happy birthday!
I understand Angel Devilson, aka Vanessa, is also having a birthday tonight. Happy birthday, Vanessa!
Happy
Angel
birthday.
Devilson.
Hey, happy
All right.
birthday.
Jeff, is it your birthday soon?
Soon, not yet. Soon.
August?
August 1st.
Nobody celebrate it yet.
Sin.
Yeah.
We
So like I
rescind
said-
those good wishes.
Episode 56. But if this is your first, never fear. I'm going to catch you up with everything you need to know right now. It started as a simple dungeon run. And after countless hours of laughter, tears, challenges, and triumphs, these 5 heroes are back right where they started, just as they started, about to run into that original dungeon. But this time, it's not so simple. The Heroes of Bingle began their quest here, in Kippleturn. They answered a note tacked to a signpost looking for adventurers. The 5 of them, meeting one another for the first time, hopped into the back of a wagon and were taken to an abandoned dragon's lair, where they discovered an item of staggering magical power, an amulet that sparked an epic quest to save the Wardens of Ayn, elemental sentries who guarded the realms for generations. And as the heroes sought out and freed the Wardens from their captors, they battled overwhelming odds. A kraken at the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by an army of sea creatures. Commanding those sea creatures, leading them to assault and defile Lily's island home and imprison a warden, was a half-dragonborn warrior named Yan Mo. While the heroes managed to defeat Yan Mo and force him to retreat, their paths were destined to cross again in the past. For incredible magic plucked the Heroes of Bingle out of their reality, just as they were about to set foot in one of the most important locations in all of Ayn. It transported them back in time, 22 years, and placed them into the bodies that were not their own. In a situation they could never have predicted. They woke up in a new time as sellswords in the employ of another old enemy, the infamous pirate, Whitebeard. They helped that vicious captain hunt down a Triton named Choran, who had run afoul of the Dragonborn Empire in the north, the Shazengao. Choran had fallen in love with a princess of the Shazengao dynasty, Baozhai, and together they had a son, Chomel, a half-Triton, half-Dragonborn son who would someday grow up to become the warrior Yan Mo, the leader of the deep who conspired with the Ashen Mage to hold the Inferno Warden at the bottom of the sea. The enemy that terrorized and decimated Lily's family and the peaceful island of Bingle was now only 5 years old, on the run and afraid. And the Heroes of Bingle rescued Chomel and his mother and looked into the eyes of the boy who would become Yan Mo. They agreed to help the family find refuge out of the Shazengao's reach. Choran offered to reveal the location of the dynasty's greatest treasure, a cache that he said included powerful weapons and magical items, if only the team delivered his family safely to Bingle itself. And so, the team made preparations for the trip, persuading Whitebeard the pirate to forego the substantial bounty on the Triton's head for the promise of even greater reward in the treasure cache. But the night before departing for Bingle, Whitebeard's own son, Mervis, stole one of Whitebeard's ships, taking half the crew with him. Whitebeard was furious. He recruited a new crop of buccaneers to replace his AWOL crew, dangerous criminals and brutes, and lost patience with the plan to help the Triton. He arranged a meeting at sea with the Shazengao, just at the edge of the treacherous deep reef. When Civ, looking through the eyes of his newly bonded Raven familiar, spotted 2 Shazengao battle frigates on the horizon, the team began to formulate a plan. But it was too late. Lily wasn't sure why, but she knew that the ships that pursued them were only used by the deadly Dragonborn assassins of the Shazengao dynasty known as the Nameless Few. The team watched as their own ship slowed and the pirates raised the flag of parley. Fahima, Civ, and Lily desperately lobbied Whitebeard to reconsider the deal, while Uggo and James raced below deck to protect Choran and his family. But the prisoners were already on the move. Just as the cutthroats arrived on the deck with Choran, Chomel, and Baozhai in tow, Whitebeard's itch began docking with the attack frigate in open water. Ropes were tied off and wide planks connected the 2 vessels. An assassin of the Nameless Few called for the princess first and flung an enormous sack of gold over the span between ships. That's when the pandemonium started in earnest. Choran, yelling and begging his captors, Baozhai, a mania in her eyes, kicking and screaming as she was forced across the planks. The Nameless Few, stoic, unmoving. Whitebeard, defiant. In the midst of all this chaos, Fahima began conjuring elementals. But just as her spell completed and her steam mephits manifested into being, everything went black. Each of the Heroes of Bingle found themselves inside a stillness, a moment of clarity. One at a time, each of them faced a question that demanded an answer. Do you save the boy, or do you let them take him? When the final answer was given, it was Lily who heard 3 words echo in her mind. so be it. And it was Lily who opened her eyes once again in Kippleturn, once again young and inexperienced, stripped of all the new skills and abilities she had gained during her adventure, standing there as she had done lo those many weeks ago, staring at a signpost. This time, the post was bare. No request for adventurers, no advertisement for a simple dungeon run. She walked up the hill behind her to an inn, the inn at the Gentle Oak, and found her teammates waiting. Each of them had had the same experience: the question, the blackness, the empty signpost, the walk to the inn. They each remembered everything that had led them to that moment, but found themselves once again inexperienced, unproven, level 1 adventurers. Then the bell on the door jingled, and a familiar face entered. The man who had posted the ad on the signpost that brought them all together in the first place, a ridiculous man in green doublets and a silly green hat. Filt le Conservasa. He explained to them that he had found the dragon's lair, but it was not abandoned, and therefore he had no need for adventurers. Clearly, something had changed. In this timeline, in this reality, a run into the dungeon would not be so simple. When Uggo insisted Filt take the team to the dragon's lair anyway, the man with the tiny mustache found the team's foolhardy desire to run headlong into danger too humorous to pass up. He agreed, and once again, as they had the moment they first met, Civ, Fahima, James, Uggo, and Lily hopped in the back of Filt le Conservasa's wagon. As we ended last week, Civ reached out, took Lily's hand, and kissed it gingerly, while the wagon made its way toward the dungeon where it all began. That is where we pick up this week.
Good recap.
Thank you.
Good.
So, the 5 of you in the back of the wagon, a wagon that is familiar, hopping along, clip-clopping along, getting closer and closer, heading farther and farther out of Kippleturn proper.
Jeff, can I ask a question?
You may.
So I know Lily noticed that the signpost had changed because there wasn't anything on it. Mm-hmm. But was there anything else that seemed to have changed? Anything big or noticeable, like the town folk or the people that we came across, or anything, the weather?
No, and in a large sense, a lot of the day seemed eerily familiar. A lot of the people seemed eerily familiar. Of course, that was the day before you actually went into the inn, right, and met up again to try to find a way to get the amulet out of the crystal it was encased in. So you were actually in this timeline at the inn a day earlier. So you can't be sure there's nothing different because sure, you actually weren't there this time. The first time you all saw the sign and decided to go in with Filt on the dungeon run. But yeah, there weren't any big noticeable changes other than that sign not being there.
So just to be clear, we're a day earlier than originally when we met.
No, you are the same day you met. You are the same day you were going on the dungeon run. But that day, the first time, you never went to the inn. You don't go to the inn in the original timeline until after the dungeon run.
That makes sense. Sorry.
Wasn't there a little bit of time that passed between our session 0 and
3 days.
Episode 1? 3 days?
Yeah, so I guess I'm saying a day. It's really 3 days. Yeah.
Okay.
3 days.
The point being, you were in the inn last week at a time when your characters were not there the first time around.
Got it.
Thank you.
It's too bad we can't pull like a Back to the Future thing where we could bet on some like sports game or races or something. We know what's going to happen.
You would think.
We can
Gotta find an almanac. Almanac.
But the problem is we don't know if anything's going to happen.
True. Everything could be different.
Everything could be changed.
So
I bet
wagon
the
is
cold
you see Civ's eyes just kind of glaze over for a second and then snap back.
Stay with us.
And from you're in this wagon. This is not the Vardo, right? This is not a nice, amazing way to travel. This is a farmer's wagon. It's a pretty nondescript, plain wagon. And from around the front where Filt is sitting, you can hear him talking back to all 5 of you, and he's saying, on the off chance that any 5 of you actually get out of there alive, and with any dragon treasure, perhaps we should discuss my finder's fee. I think 40% is a fair price. After all, without me, none of you would know where to look. Having said this, I accept no responsibility for what may happen to you inside.
Are you not going to come with us?
Oh, no. I do not want to meet the dragon that is inside.
Okay.
Have you actually seen the dragon, or have you just heard the dragon inside? Have you actually locked eyes on it?
Of course, no, I have not seen it. I have not seen it specifically, but it's a dragon's lair, and I know this dragon is in here. So, where there are dragons, there are kobolds, dangers beyond description. I would to have an experience where the dragon left, and perhaps I could sneak in and get the treasure and leave without anyone noticing. You know, something simple. Just run in, get the treasure, leave.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How would you know if the dragon left?
Well, I've been watching for months. Sitting here, waiting in front of the opening, hoping, praying that the dragon would leave.
You're not there now.
And you haven't considered that there's an alternate entrance? A back door?
Well, of course.
A dragon leaving could be kind of hard to miss, though.
Of course, what he says, a dragon leaving would be hard to miss. This is not my first rodeo. It's clear to you that it is his first rodeo.
Of course.
Well, as far as the 40% goes, how I see it, you're providing us a map, right? This doesn't seem like a commissionable job.
Transportation, discovery, finder's fee. I think it is fair. I do not expect you to survive this experience, so I just say this. Hopefully, maybe you come out with something.
I have an idea.
What,
Yes.
I'll go.
We just asked the dragon.
How much to give him?
Yes.
Do you think the dragon works in percentages, or?
No, I think the dragon is gonna want to eat that man when he asks for treasure.
Well,
25%.
25% is fair. I will accept this, and I hope that you actually bring something out that is of value.
Yeah, so do we.
I'm gonna lean into everybody so that Phil can't hear us.
Yeah.
Just wondering, that trap that killed Filt, or
Right.
killed him the last
Give
time.
him a code name. It's
Right.
more fun.
What do you want to call him?
Billy.
Billy.
No.
No, then I'll think it's me.
That's
A name
confusing.
that's none of us.
Smelly is
Matt.
what I said.
Smelly. Smelly.
Smelly.
Yes.
Smelly, sure.
Okay, yes.
Fine.
Smelly got
All right.
skewered in the face. I
Yes.
remember because I was looking at him in the eyes when it happened, and I will never forget it.
Right.
No, I don't think any of us will.
But that trap, that was his, right?
No,
Or was that-
it was the caves, but
The caves.
He seemed to know, so there were pre-existing traps in the cave.
It might have been his. What? Do we know it wasn't his?
I don't remember.
Why would
All
he
right,
be
well,
killed by his
listen.
own trap?
Well,
sort of
Smelly
silly, if you didn't
is. Smelly's a bit of a. I don't know. I don't know if he's always the most aware.
Not entirely competent. Right, actually, and yes, I will sort of help Civ kind of bring us to the back end of the cart. Okay, all right. But so, listen. I mean, I know this is very unsettling, but let's keep in mind that there are more things the same than they are different, right?
How do we know?
Well, we're all still here. It's the 5 of us.
The me that was me is not here right now.
Yes, but Uggo, in the last 22 years, how many things could have changed that would have meant that you would have ended up in Kippleton on this day? So many things, and all of them are the same because you were in Kippleton with us on this day.
I did not disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah. You have a
So
point.
we need to. Is there anything? Look in your stuff. Look in your packs. Is there anything that we have?
I already
that is
triple
different?
checked. No.
Is Mr. Whispers here?
Yes, and I
All right,
pull him
good.
out.
All right.
He's a
good.
mouse.
We don't have Meep because we won't have Meep for
I'm gonna-
another couple days.
I'm gonna
But-
whisper
but-
to Mr.
Orctionary
Whispers.
gone.
You never, you hadn't written the auctioneer yet, though. Go remember.
I'm gonna
I'll
whisper
reach
to Mr. Whispers.
Candle's not here.
Who?
Candles.
I'll go. That was well beyond this time.
I don't understand.
Civ, you were saying.
I was going to see if I could get a reaction out of Mr. Whispers now that I know that he's not just a mouse. Mr. Whispers.
Yes.
Can you understand me?
And he starts bouncing up and down.
Oh, that's good.
I can still hear his voice
You can.
echoing through my head. No, not literally, but I can just hear
Very
it.
curious.
What does
The
his
tenor.
voice sound like? Do an impression.
I kind of like glance at Civ, unsure if I want him to know. All right, I'll do my best. It's sort of hello. I am Mr. Whispers.
Oh my
Are you
goodness.
joking right now?
No, I don't know how to convince you that I'm not, but no.
Mr. Whisper kind of looks at Fahima.
Right, that's what you sound like.
Sure.
I do remember hearing him in my head, and he does sort of think and speak very slowly and methodically.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you think we should make a plan before we get to the cave?
I have one.
Oh, what is it?
Talk to dragon.
I don't think Agil, respectfully.
Did
I
you call
think-
me Agil?
No?
Did my name change?
No, I'll go. No,
No,
you're fine.
I'll go.
I'll go Rage Fist. Everything's fine.
But you did not know that now, so how you know now? You did not know that I was Uggo Ragefist until much later. How you now know that?
Because we remember everything that came before. This is very strange, but I'm going to need you to keep up slightly. You remember everything, don't you? You
James.
remember...
Be
Yes.
nice.
I am. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be gentle. You remember Dondo Carigina, yes?
Yes.
You remember Del
I remember
Toro?
Candle Queen.
It's okay. It's okay.
Agil,
She is gone. She's not here.
Agil. I want you to be comforted by the fact that the Candle Queen is very much still here. It's just
And I
that
feel
this-
her.
I know, but she feels you.
Ancestors gone.
Promise you, your ancestors and the Candle Queen are still watching over you. It'll just be a
I'm
little bit.
afraid.
I'll take Uggle's hand. Uggle,
What?
I know you're afraid, but marching into a cave and trying to talk to a dragon isn't going to solve anything. We have to work together. Do you remember when we first met, Uggle? You were at that
World not
signpost.
real. It's not real.
Uggle,
Yes, it is.
look at me. When we walked up to that signpost the first time,
Yeah.
in the real timeline or whatever that first timeline was,
I'm so confused. But yes,
we met there, you know, we
you
went
read
that
sign
thing.
to me.
Yes, and because you couldn't read it, and so we became friends, and we're still friends now. And just like then, we're gonna work together as friends, and we're gonna figure this out because that's the only thing we can do, and it is the only thing giving me any hope that maybe my entire island isn't gonna get decimated again.
No. Yeah.
So I need you, Uggo, to be very strong because I need your help.
I am strong. I can talk to dragon.
Okay, but I don't think the dragon will want to talk to you. No offense.
You just need to be
And not
careful.
considered that.
I have kind of a crazy idea.
I love crazy ideas.
How about we don't have a plan?
Okay.
That's
So
not
like what we
crazy,
normally
it just
do.
might work.
Well, look, we spent the past few days, weeks, I can't even tell at this point, constantly trying to plan out our future. I don't think we should do that this time.
That's
Because
I think-
we don't know if we can talk to the dragon, we don't know if we can fight a dragon, we don't even know if the dragon's going to be there.
Right. I definitely think we need more information before we can come up with any sort of plan.
And so that's what we need to constantly be gathering information. We need to constantly noticing what is the same and what is different.
Well,
And I
Remember.
think that this could also be a test of our trust.
right.
I think if I had to guess, if the amulet brought us here, maybe there was because we jumped to think that maybe we'd chosen wrong when we chose to save Chomel, but we don't know that. We don't. Because again, almost everything is the same. 95% is the same. I'll reach in my bag. Is the book there, Jeff?
Yes.
I pull out the Slumbering Abyss. This is the same.
Yes, but time has passed since now.
Yes.
And things that
So
have
it's
become
again-
very
it's-
important to us have been like Meep. You
I
think
know,
we
Echo.
find Meep again?
I hope
We
so.
better.
I hope so too, but that might change.
I know. But the amulet has brought us back to this time to again achieve something.
Well,
something
I think
something that maybe has changed, has possibly put into jeopardy that we get the amulet at all.
I
So
think
that
the
is what
reason
we are here
why, yes, I agree. I think the reason why we're here is because we've changed so much in the past already that we're now being forced to deal with the consequences of all the things that we've changed.
Possibly. I don't know.
Perhaps.
And I don't know that we really have changed all that much.
Well,
'Cause
let me
again,
ask you
You know
this.
what is the same? We are being led by something and have no control. That is the same. It is the only thing that I realize now is the same.
That's not true, Ugo. You are the
Amulet
same.
does what it wants.
Yes.
We have no say.
Well, we all
think
had
we
a
do.
say. We all had a say just a minute ago when we decided what we wanted to do on the ship.
True.
Do we know boy is saved? Can you verify now? That boy is live.
Well, I tell you what.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Hold
All
on.
of you
Hold
seem
on.
very, very
No. Ugo, you asked a question, and it's a good question.
Yes.
Filt, are you familiar with the history of this
The
world?
Shaw's
of
and Go?
Divine? Yes.
A bit. I have read a book or two.
Have you ever heard of Bao Jai, one of the princesses
Princess
of the Shaw's and Go?
Baojai. Yes.
Princess Baja. No, I cannot say I have. But the lineage of the Shazengao is crazy even for me. I do not. They are backstabbing and talking to each other, and there's hidden friends and hidden babies. It's just hard to me to even keep up.
Have you ever heard of the pirate Whitebeard?
The pirate Whitebeard. I think I have heard stories of the Whitebeard, yes.
What have you heard?
Fearsome pirate. You hear tales of the open sea. I have never been on a ship myself, but I hear that you go into the sea and potentially the Whitebeard takes your gold, takes your money, eh?
Yes. Have you heard about him dying or anything horrible happening to him?
I wouldn't know. I'm sure maybe he is a myth. I don't know. I have heard this man. Get on your ship, take your things, push you into the sea.
Can you help me here? I'm
Yes.
asking the wrong questions. We need to figure out if something else has changed since,
Yes.
or Fahima or Lily or Ugo, anyone.
I don't know. I mean, anything that could have changed right now. It's.
We'd have to look into a book.
You're a peculiar bunch, I can see this. But we are almost there. It's a happy coincidence. I will be sad if you all die, but I hope not.
Thank you.
I hope
We
you
have
bring out
that
some
in
gold.
common. Have you heard of the island of Bingle?
Oh, everyone has heard of Bingle, yes, of course.
Have you been?
No, as I said, I've never been on a boat. The
All
island,
right.
I have to get them a boat.
The requirements. You're right, silly me. It's much like a wagon, but you're on the water.
This is what I hear, but I'm not afraid. I am not afraid of anything. Could be a great adventure, but don't want to go on the ship, no.
Of course.
Have you heard of the Castle Rum?
No, what is this? Sounds like a delicious thing.
Yes.
Turles,
Maybe
have you ever?
an old story.
Yes. Have you ever been to Turles, the city of Turles?
I've been meaning to go to Talis. It is not far. It is a big city. Someday, if I can afford, I wait, try to get gold to make my way.
I shake my head. I don't think Smelly is going to be much help.
It's not. It's going to be too hard to tell right now. But what has changed? But the truth is that certain things may have changed for the better or the worse. We don't know.
Well, I think that's only proof to say that Fahima's plan of no plan is actually quite great.
I agree.
Because we can't make a plan because we don't know what's going on. So, being flexible.
The wagon comes to a stop, and the horses kind of whinny a bit, and Filt hops down, and he goes, "Well, here it is. I can point you to the entrance. I hope you are prepared. You look a bit green behind the ears, especially this one, huh?" And he points at Uggo. That is an orc joke.
Yes.
Oh.
Don't kill him,
like
Uggo. Please don't kill him.
I do not murder.
Well, okay. Well, so good luck. I hope you have not dying time, and I will.
Will you be out here?
No, I will not wait for you. I wish you luck.
Well, presumably then we won't know where to give you your money.
Oh, go back to the inn at the Gentle Oak. I will be there. I am always popping in and out.
Fine.
Filt, do you know of any tips of inside this place that you can give us? Any other adventurers who've tried to go in and have...
Good question, Fahima.
Adventure. I've been in here. I don't know. I do not know. I thought I'd discover it for myself. I wanted to investigate, but I want to make sure. I will tell you, I have seen kobolds come and go. So, I can tell you there are likely kobolds inside.
Any rats? Any strange-looking rats?
I have not seen, but usually rats are underground, so the chances are good.
Okay. James pulls out his notebook and starts noting, maybe no rats, kobolds in cave this time, ? Okay.
But you've never been inside this cave?
Oh, no, not.
Okay.
I was hoping that perhaps believe I will go inside, but no, it's no luck for me. Fate on not on my side.
Do you have anything in your wagon that might be of help to us in the cave?
We were back there. You could see for yourself some cloth if you want. I have some hay if you want it. I will happily give to you.
Do any of us have caltrops?
No.
I'll check.
No. Definitely.
Well, good day. I think you are perhaps very crazy.
I'll take a little bit of cloth. Thank you.
He twirls his green hat. And gets on his wagon and kind of turns around and looks back at you guys like not understanding any of what just went down there. And he leaves the five of you standing in front of this rise in a hill, and it looks like a sort of hidden hole that you could walk by rather closely and miss completely. It's not obvious, but when you get close to it, sort of built into the side of this hill in such a manner that it's quite a large entrance. You just wouldn't be able to see it. You'd have to really be looking for it. But you're up, in front of this entrance.
Is the area is it green? Is it like green grasslands with hills or
yeah, you've been going through green grasslands with hills and some sporadic trees here and there. And this area is a little more barren. It's kind of yellowed a bit, and it looks like it's been baked almost. Like not here in California we get that a lot, where a green hill now is devoid of water and it looks like the sun's been on it a lot. It's dry.
Especially if there's a lot of traffic, which is
tracks?
My question. Yeah, tracks. Can I see any kind of tracks here using my survival skills?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Roll a survival check for me. You have advantage from Forest Elf 86, countered by Grim Fated.
Can I assist him?
Absolutely. So you'll get advantage on this after all.
Nice.
Where is my survival?
I'll tell you, we also got some balloons. 17. All right, let me just get these balloons. White Tiger Angel, I Crichton, Vegan Dracolich, Guy Vox, Escanor of Pride, an Old Brownie, Subutai the Smitty, Kin, Anthropomorphic Muppet, and others. Thank you for those. We appreciate them very, very much. 17, you definitely see tracks around, small, very small. It looks like humanoid. It looks bipedal.
I can just safely, like when I think, is it that kobolds? Does it look like they would fit the kobold
certainly fits
descriptions?
the bill, yeah.
He is correct. There are kobolds here.
Well, at least we know that's the same.
Right.
Is that the
There
same?
were- Well, there were quite a few of them that attacked the inn when we were there last. But no, it's not the same. There weren't kobolds in the cave the last time we were here.
No, just
there
those
were none.
rats.
There was sign of them.
I'll go.
Cup.
How old are the tracks?
Jeff?
They are not very old at all. They're fairly fresh.
A cup.
Yes, that's going to be a problem.
Yep.
This is where and when we found the cup. Is there any chance? I mean, 20 years, who knows? We gave that cup to Muacha for the tattoos, yes?
Mm-hmm.
We found it in the castle. We gave it to Muacha, and it's possible. I mean, cups look alike all the time, I guess.
Yes, it was a different cup, I thought.
Was it?
Jeff,
Was it
Yeah,
different, or
wasn't
was it
the
just
exact
22
same
years
cup.
younger?
It
Okay.
didn't look like it was the exact same cup, but it looked of a make and of a kind that seemed awfully familiar. Yeah,
Same
If-
artist.
yeah.
If
From
you
it's
all-
from the Dragon's Lair collection.
Ugh, so rare, so good.
If you all trust me, I can sneak up there and poke my head around and see what I can see and then come back.
Of course, watch out for traps.
At
Please.
this point
Right.
in my life, when we were here last time, I literally trusted everyone.
All
And
right.
That worked out very well for you, didn't it?
That worked out pretty well. Pretty well.
Civ, you are stealthing up. Is that right?
I am.
All right. Roll me a stealth check with advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Mac Sat 01.
All right. 13.
13. You
That's a level 1 stealth check right there.
yeah, you are used to being more silent and more stealthy, and it just feels weird being back in this body, even though the body that you're in is not that much younger than you remember. It's only a few months it's been, but just so much has happened and so much experience has been gained. You find yourself snapping twigs and brushing up against things in ways that you would never do normally. You are a little louder than you would expect yourself to be, but you get up to the entrance of the cave without any particular alarm or cause for alarm, and you stare into this hole that kind of goes down. You can walk through it. You'll have to move something out of the way, but you can kind of walk down into a deeper part of what is clearly a cave, a dungeon entrance.
All right. Do the tracks that Ugo pointed out lead obviously into the cave and
Indeed
out
they
of the
do.
cave?
Yeah.
All right. With my dark vision, can I just poke my head inside and look deeper, or does it kind of take a bend or?
It takes a bit of a bend. You can see down a ways, and you definitely see it opens into a kind of a larger area, and then it seems to narrow into a really narrow crevice, a cave
Right.
that kind of bears right slightly.
Do I hear anything?
Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from the Carson, countered by Grim Fated.
Who is that countered by again?
Grim Fated.
Perception is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You definitely hear some noises of movement. They seem to be far down the tunnel there, but there does seem to be some movement that you can make out.
Right there.
Oh my gosh,
Oh my
amazing.
god.
Get her, my Grim Fated on the show! Well done.
All right.
The reveal
Then
was so intense.
It was,
You like
it
that?
was so intense.
you were like, what is he doing?
What is happening
Who
over
is
there?
this Jared?
The timeline has changed.
It's way more forward.
I am going to. I'll stay where I'm at, but I'll use my tail, stick it up, and then curl it and do like a come hither thing with the tip of my tail so that they can see it and come up.
Did you know he could do that?
I mean, I guess I
I'm
assumed-
sorry. Before we go over there, did everybody realize that Civ was pretty loud when he?
Yeah, I heard him
walked over
from
there?
here.
Okay.
Right. It
I just
wasn't
want to
great.
make sure that wasn't me. Okay.
No, it wasn't you. I heard him.
Before we walk over there, I want to do I think a history check to see what I know about kobolds in terms of weaknesses or if they like any sort of distractions like gifts or something like that.
Sure. Roll me a history check.
Okay.
You have advantage from Scully as my homegirl, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you to you.
Siv,
both.
Jared. There you go.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to do
there
that
it
all night
is.
long.
Every single time.
I just used the D&D Beyond roller and I got a natural 1.
Oh no!
Never using that again.
Traitor!
You don't
Give
know
that
anything
dice in
about
jail.
kobolds. You can't.
I
can't
skipped
place
that
them.
part of my history lesson.
Yeah.
my
She can't-
monster lesson.
She can't even pronounce kobold.
She goes, you guys, I know
kobolds.
something about bokolds.
Well, remember though, they attacked and ransacked the gentle oak. So I mean, they aren't kind. They aren't nice.
They're easy to crush.
Well, to be
Good to
fair,
know.
at that time we had taken something that was very important to them.
They were probably going to take again.
And we also have attacked and crushed many people who have taken things that are important to us. So
True.
Correct.
True.
just,
Yes.
you know.
Empathy is important. I agree. Okay.
All right,
let's
so
go.
you see Siv's tail
Yeah,
kind
we'll
of
follow
giving you
up.
the old over here.
I definitely will feel bad when we inevitably have to kill kobolds. Yes.
The the 5 of you arrive at the entrance of this dungeon, and are able to look down. Those of you with dark vision have basically the same experience that Siv did, looking in and being able to see sort of the bottom of the path as it winds around.
Fahima, can you make a light for James?
Yeah, I'll produce
Why are
a
you
flame.
whispering? We heard you from back there.
Oh, good.
So Fahima
James,
conjures
I
fire
actually-
in her hand, and it illuminates the entrance there, and you guys can see very clearly the entrance of the cave. You're still standing outside of it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna
James, can you not see in the dark?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Sometimes I later gain abilities that allow me to, but right now, no.
I always
Here, do you
thought
want
that was
this in-
weird.
Do you want this instead? And I'll hand him my bullseye lantern.
Oh, yes.
That way
But
just so you can
I think
control
we're
it
trying to
yourself?
we're trying to be sneaky though, so I'm fine just like keeping my hand on one of your shoulders
You sure?
or something. Yes.
All right,
Yes, something
okay.
fine. So yes, let's stay
Wait,
sneaky
before we
until
go
we
in-
can't.
Remember, there was a trap.
There was a trap very close to the entrance. Phil
Also-
left us very quickly.
There was rats that exploded, and also, Uggo, you fell into a river, so maybe let's
Yep.
not do that again.
So
Yes.
yes, if we see the rats,
But-
don't. Yes.
But that's
Don't try
like
to
my
be
best
next to
memory
them
with
when-
Civ.
It was a
Thanks.
sweet moment for you two.
But if we don't have it now, then it's gone.
But your brother's already.
Confused.
It's very confusing.
well, who knows what we're going to remember depending on how this goes.
It's
Uggo,
not
if you
unlike-
fall in the river, it's
That's
fine.
morbid.
Okay.
It's not unlike life. Look, there's some things we can control and some things we cannot. All right? We are wrapped up in chaos.
Can I be
We've
taking
thrown-
20 searching for traps since we're gonna be here for a while?
Sure. I want to also say we got a potato from Flock. Thank you, Flock. Thanks for the potato. All right, so Civ, you are being meticulous as the rest of the team is debating the intricacies of time travel.
Trying to make Uggo slightly more comfortable with
Okay,
it.
You are checking meticulously this entrance, and you remember vividly
Yeah.
this spring trap that flew and smashed, and the spikes went right through Filt's eye and pinned him to the wall.
Yeah.
There's hide nor hair of that trap.
It's not here. The trap's not here.
Goes
Is there
under
anything where the trap would have been? Like pieces
No.
of a trap or no?
No.
Civ, how was that triggered last time?
I'm guessing a pressure plate or a tripwire. I'm gonna look down. Is there a pressure plate or tripwire?
No.
Is there a way for you to check for the pressure plates without actually hitting it yourself?
Well, if I found anything, I would try to disarm it, but there's nothing here.
Okay.
I took my time while you were all discussing,
Thank you.
stuff.
Yeah,
Alright.
we can.
shall we
Yeah,
do
the
that?
warlock or sloppy goats have interesting ideas on life.
Sorry? What?
I'm going to crouch, and I'm gonna hug one wall We'll say the right wall, because the left wall I think is the one that blew open after the rat exploded. So I'm going to hug the right wall and crouch along, and I'm going to pull
But everything's different this time.
So you're going
two
in.
daggers.
You're going into the cave?
Yeah.
Yes.
Trying
All right.
to be sneaky.
So, okay, roll me another stealth check. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Lambent Zerker.
Oh, Lambent Zerker. I'm gonna have to add him to my shirt.
Oh wow. It's gonna be a long shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a concert like location tour shirt with just all the different
That's
names.
right.
18 this time.
Okay, so you have dark vision, right?
Yes, 60 feet.
Yeah, so as you're scooching along this wall, going down, your friends are standing at the edge watching you kind of scooch out of sight, and you're moving along the wall. You see opposite you the other wall, and as you're getting farther down, you're seeing drawings, crude drawings on the wall, figures that seem to look a bit like kobolds, but again, very crude drawings. These are sort of cave paintings, art. And there seems to be a picture of a dragon.
What color? Oh, I can't see color because I have dark vision.
These small creatures seem to be worshiping this dragon. The dragon has big wings unfurled against a blazing sun, and it's like steps of this thing all along this wall as you're moving by. There's moments of them bowing before this dragon where its wings are in next to its body. And
Anything besides dragons and kobolds in any of the pictures and the sun? Is the sun prominent, or is it just kind of backdrop?
there are times when it's just backdrop, and then there are times, like it's a series of pictures as you're moving down the wall. There are times when the dragon's wings are unfurled against the sun. There are times when it's just a sunny sky, a dragon standing there, and kobolds bowing to it. Again, crude drawings, hard to get a lot of detail out of it. It's not great art you're witnessing.
Okay, if I do not hear anything coming from down in the cave, then after I look at these pictures, I will continue sneaky down the tunnel, but I will gesture that they follow quietly.
Okay.
Okay,
Everybody, if you're gonna go, I need everybody to roll stealth checks.
Sif wants us to follow him.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
I'll have my hand on Ugo's shoulder, kind of following him.
Fahima, you have advantage from Drew from IT, countered by Grim Fated. James, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grim Fated. Ugo, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck Fan, countered by AG McLeod. Lily, you have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Uroboros 43.
I rolled a nat 20.
I got a dirty 20.
All right.
Nice.
13. Oh, Jessica, you're muted.
You're
Jessica,
muted,
you're
Jess.
muted.
I got a 4.
A 4.
I wasn't actually saying it yet. I was just like,
All right, so
It looked like your mouth was moving.
Lily, you arrive at Civ without him even noticing you were coming. You're just like right there, like, hey, what are we doing? And
In
I
turn,
think-
terrifying Civ and making it not stealthy at all.
Ugo, you got the dirty 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, you are able to slink into this, not making much sound at all with your footfalls moving. And all of you that are able to see in the dark are witnessing the same thing that Civ witnessed, seeing the cave wall and the images on the cave wall. When it comes to Fahima, however, she walks in and goes, oh! And stepping on something, maybe stepping on something on your toe, whatever it is. You made a noise. I'm not trying to make you.
she's learned nothing from her adventures.
She goes, oh, pictures.
Holds the flames up.
Yeah, James, roll me a history check. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Uncle CW.
Thank you.
Now that there's light, can I see the color of the dragon?
Yes, it does look like it's drawn in sort of yellowish, orangish hues.
21.
Do you have any religious connotation to this?
Well, certainly there seems to be worshiping happening.
Right, but nothing particularly religious.
Nothing's
worthy.
distinctive as far as a particular religion.
Gotcha.
James, on your 21, I think that you would note, especially as Fahima is holding the light, you would note that the one thing you recall reading about kobolds is they have a sun sensitivity, a light sensitivity. So it seems super weird to have them drawn worshiping
Right.
light and sun or in the
dragon.
sun. Yeah.
Right. If this
so
is
anyway-
the sun dragon, I'll turn to the others. If this is the sun dragon's lair, we've met that dragon. I've spoken to it.
Right. And
In
it
the
wasn't,
future.
and it wasn't very nice. So
No.
we now know that this dragon is probably hostile if we come across it.
But we also knew where it could find its scale. I wonder if that's the
Right.
same.
Wait, that's the
think-
same dragon?
I think so.
It was.
Yes.
We think it was the sun dragon. Yes.
Jeff, yeah, like dragons are rare in Ein, right?
Correct.
Okay, so chances are if we saw a gold dragon and this is a picture of a gold dragon, it's probably the same dragon, or there's like multiple gold dragons throughout Ein.
I think it'd be pretty safe to assume that it probably is the same dragon. Dragons are few and distinct.
Got it.
Well,
But
we
the
know.
kobolds hate bright light and sunlight. So I mean, it's an odd pairing.
Oh yes, I knew that.
But don't they worship dragons? I mean, if it's a
They do.
kobold and
Right.
right, so I mean, I don't know. I don't think they get to choose.
Maybe not.
You know, if a dragon comes along and says, "You're my servant or slave or whatever," I don't think the kobolds are going to resist.
And as far as the scale goes, who's to say it's in the same spot?
It's possible.
But
Again,
it's worth a shot.
These markings weren't here before.
they weren't.
All right, so
were
back
they?
to
Were they?
I
don't
think
remember.
they were.
Really?
There were markings on the walls when we came into
There
this
was
cave.
something. Yes, we knew.
There
it
was
was a
lots of
kobold's
markings on the
lair.
walls, and that we couldn't quite make sense of it.
Well, you know what? I drink a lot, so I probably
I remember
forgot.
because it was my first adventure, and it felt crazy.
Right.
All right,
That
well-
we did know this was a kobold. There were kobolds here without actually having seen any. So yeah, I
Right.
think there were markings. And
I just remember the rats.
of course, they
Did
were.
you
they
say
were
that?
So
memorable.
there were kobolds, but we knew there were markings.
As you
Right.
say that, I just remember the rats. You hear down the hallway
Oh, no.
coming at you, drawn by Fahima's loud noise and the flame. And
I'm hucking a dagger at it if I see it.
let's roll for initiative.
Oh,
And we're gonna take our first visit to the map room.
oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's been a
Nat
couple of
won
weeks
my
since we saw the
initiative
map
check.
room. Here is the wall of our map room.
Also, we never saw this map.
Yes, you
True.
did.
There was
on
a
the
map.
table.
Oh yeah, we did. I remember
Okay.
now.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I remember now.
Fog of war. I like that.
yeah.
But now it's covered in green mist.
I think that's just to hide the rest
That's
of the map.
just, yeah,
from
that's
us.
not actual
Those are
green
the
mist. Those are
rooms.
just it's just
I'm just saying there was no green mist on the map the first time. I'm pretty sure it was
Fair.
just paper.
Fair.
Or
true.
something.
It was black construction paper because we've upgraded our tech.
We've upgraded.
All right, so here you are. There are 3 giant rats running straight at you. Let's roll our initiatives. You have advantages. Where'd my thing go?
Advantage.
How many hit points do you have, Fahima?
8.
8.
I have.
Got it.
I have 9.
Same as Meep.
Just checking.
Civ, you have advantage from Changebox, countered by Lambent and Zerker. Fahima, you have advantage from Lucas from Canada, countered by Grim Fated. James, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grim Fated. Ugo, you have advantage from Bo Busy, countered by Grim Fated. Lily, you have advantage from Wonderlund, countered by Grim Fated. All right, what did everybody get? Let's start.
17.
All right.
Nice.
Same.
All right.
Finally.
James?
3.
3. Oops. Ugo.
13.
All right.
I also got a 13.
Yay.
All right.
dun,
So let's read.
I'll be
Couple
muttering.
13s, a couple 17s, and a 3.
And the rats
I'll-
rolled a 4.
That makes
I'll
sense
be
though
mut-
because you can't see.
I'll be muttering. That does make sense. I'll be muttering. Remember, they might explode if you're next to them when they die. Be
Remember, they
careful."
for sure explode.
Are they purple? The rats were glowing purple eyes.
Yeah,
right?
We had
right.
glowing,
Not making that up.
glowing.
These-
Do they
are
have
not.
glowing purple eyes?
These are not
These
glowing
are
purple
just-
in any way.
These are just regular giant rats.
Just regular ROUSs. Yes.
Just
right.
pretend. Let's just for safety's sake, consider that they all might explode.
Right. Better be
All right,
safe
so
than sorry.
Civ,
One way to find out.
You are up. First is Civ.
So I got
Civ,
two.
Fahima, Uggo, Lily, Rats, James.
I got 2 daggers in my hands. I'm gonna throw both daggers in the rat closest to me.
All right.
Advantage, disadvantage.
You have advantage from Captain Critical, countered by Lambent Zerker.
Okay. So the first one I'm thinking is gonna be a miss, which is 7.
Yeah, that's a miss.
Okay. And then the second one, advantage, disadvantage.
Advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by DM Jeff Kanata.
Wait a minute, what?
I didn't.
Okay, Jeff.
Somebody's stealing your identity, dude.
Somebody made a funny.
Somebody played a long joke. That's definitely.
Somebody.
We gotta get the
Definitely
variations
not
on our
Jeff.
names.
Sorry, Jeff. The first one was a 9, which I'm guessing still misses, and the second throw is a 13.
That's it.
Sorry, 19.
That's a hit too.
Okay.
That is
So I'm
even
doing
worse.
my. Am I getting my sneak attack? Since I went before the rats.
No, I don't think so. Is that? That's not how it would
No?
work.
If we have surprise, but I don't think we have surprise.
No,
We
you
don't have
don't.
surprise.
It came
Okay.
running at you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so just regular dagger damage.
Dagger.
7. I still did 7.
7 points of
Nice.
damage. You throw your dagger through the air and it sticks in the first rat's neck and goes and it tumbles and falls dead on the ground.
And doesn't explode.
Does not explode.
Dun dun
Noted.
dun.
James making another note.
All right, so you killed the rat already. Everybody, see how easy it is when you're level 1. Got to go in the dungeon and kill some rats if you're level
and
1.
then-
That's how it always works.
You won't be assuaging your guilt that easily, Jeffrey.
I would like to place myself between Lily and the rat. So on that diagonal.
Okay. So Civ moves, throws this dagger. It stabs the rat in the neck, getting the jugular. The rat squeals and screeches and tumbles in dead. And then he moves in between Lily and the rat. Fahima, you're up. Next would be Uggo.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a firebolt at the rat.
Okay. You have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima, countered by DM Jeff Kanata.
Okay, so I'm rolling to hit, and that's a 17 plus 6 to hit.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Dang.
That'll do it.
And I'm rolling a d10, I believe. Just
Yep.
one fire damage. That's an 8.
8 points of
Nice.
damage.
8.
You take out
Yeah.
a second rat with a fireball.
quick
You
work.
got a knife goes through the air, stabs one of the rats. Another fireball comes from Fahima, manifested from your hands. Shoot, there it goes.
Ooh, a lob shot.
I don't know. She arc fired that.
Yeah, nice.
Awesome.
And its fur catches fire. It squeals. Its eyes bug out, and it twists in place as it's burning and falls, skidding to a stop as it was running toward you. Uggo, you're up.
Uggo will move to 5 feet within the 5 foot range within the rat's distance.
Okay.
And attack with his maul.
All right. He runs forward toward the rat.
12.
By the way, you had advantage from Red Robin, countered by Grim Fatehead,
Cool.
but
Cool.
that is a miss.
Oh no.
Oh.
I only have one
Dang.
attack, so.
Ah, babies.
All right, Lily, you're up.
Okay, well, I will viciously mock that rat.
All right.
Some things never change.
I know, that's what I got. Okay,
It
so
needs to do a wisdom saving throw, is that right?
Save.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, I have advantage from ages 13, countered by Subutai the Smithy. And I rolled a 4.
That does not save.
That does not save.
So it gets a D4 of psychic damage.
Hi.
Take it.
What do you say to the rat, Lily?
I'll say, we've been here before. I didn't like you last time, and I don't like you this time, and I like almost everyone.
It's being killed with musical notes right now.
3.
3 points of damage. All right, for once that does not kill the rat.
It gets
what?
Yeah, and it gets disadvantage on its next attack.
Yeah.
Right. Which it will do now. It's gonna reach out and try to bite Ugo. And it's a natural 20.
Disadvantage.
Oh, I also had advantage from Forest Elf 86, countered by Uncle CW.
Vicious mockery
Not
coming
that
in
time.
the clutch.
That's a 10.
That's really the biggest. That's the biggest like advantage of vicious mockery is the.
That would have been the
disadvantage.
worst. That would have been the worst if Ugo walked up, missed, and it kills him. That would have been the worst.
Is a 10
Insult
miss?
to injury.
10 misses, right?
Yes, a 10 misses. Yeah.
All right, so the rat, disoriented from being viciously mocked by Lily, reaches out with its little rat claws and mouth and tries to snap at you, Ugo. You deftly move out of the way, taking no damage at all. We are up to James.
All right. I think I almost like make the motion for an Eldritch Blast, and then like
So crazy that you don't have that.
Okay, haven't used you in a while. Toll the dead on the rat.
Toll the
Wisdom
dead.
saving throw.
All right. I have advantage from Eagle Eye 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Countered by Super Tide to Smithy. I got this is wisdom, right?
Yeah.
I got a
Very
14.
wise rat. 14, that saves. Dang it.
Yeah.
The rat that wouldn't die.
The rat
Wow.
that would not die.
Someone
Good.
kill the rat.
It's gonna die immediately now that Civ's up.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the rat that has my dagger in it, pull that dagger, spin around, and stick it into between the shoulder blades of the rat in front of Ugo.
Amazing. You have advantage from Corn Unicorn, countered by Hubble.
I believe I can flank it, so I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, with Ugo there, yeah, you certainly can.
Do it.
Thankfully, I have advantage because I got 17 on one of my rolls, plus 6 is 23.
That hits.
And this is going to have sneak attack on it.
Yeah, this is gonna obliterate this thing.
So 10 points of damage.
Yeah, and one fluid motion, you pull the dagger out of the dead rat, spin around and kind of look back at Ugo like, how could you miss? And stab the back of the rat, pulling the dagger down as it squeals and falls lifeless at your feet.
Ugo immediately smashes it with his maul. I didn't miss that time!
Before he decimates another one, I want to investigate the rat just to see if it is any kind of like magical abnormal rat.
Sure. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09 on your investigation check.
Advantage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve my daggers.
Okay.
Is this an investigation?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I can't see. Oh yeah, 19.
Yeah, you definitely examine the carcasses of all three of these dead rats. One of them is harder to view because it's burned to a crisp, but the other two, sliced and diced, you determine that they look like abnormally large rats, but there doesn't seem to be anything particularly magical about them.
Okay, I think we should keep these rats for food. They seem to be normal. Just in case.
I'm actually not at that.
By me. Yep.
Oh,
Good
okay.
idea.
Great.
And then I'm going to immediately crouch and try to sneak ahead and scout again.
So there's a long passageway ahead of you, and then there's an opening to your right that seems to go into another.
Then I will
area.
sneak up to that corner and peer around the corner.
You look into what appears to be a storeroom or some place where supplies are held. There aren't any creatures inside it that you're able to see, but it certainly looks like there's some things stacked inside it.
I'm having such nostalgic memories for
Wow.
this.
I'm glad you remember because I thought I remembered,
do.
and Jeff says this stuff, and I'm like,
I remember this.
I remember the storeroom. Yes. I remember the storeroom.
I immediately whisper back to all of you, it's supplies. It's a storeroom.
Yes,
Is
that
this where
sounds
we
familiar.
did we find something here?
I think the cup was in the next room, but we should at least check it out.
The next room was a dining chamber, if
Yes.
memory serves. Yes.
All right, I'm going to keep a lookout if you want to go into this room and find whatever.
Okay.
I'll go in.
I'll follow you, Lily, because you have dark vision. I don't.
Yes. Put your hands on my back, James. I'll lead you.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, Lily, you enter that room so we can remove the fog of the storeroom, that first room there on the right.
Wow.
So you walk into this room and you see dried tufts of meat on sticks, jerkies, barrels with markings on them. It seems to be a room where things are stored. Actually, Lily, why don't you give me give me a perception check. You have advantage from Joral's fluffy pants, countered by Bingle in flames.
Guess
Can
we
I
don't
roll
need
that
those
as
rats
well,
now.
or give her advantage with since I'm there with
Let's
her?
just let Lily do this one.
Okay,
yeah,
I
don't
have
dark vision.
a 17.
17. Do you not have dark vision, or you do have dark
I
vision?
do.
Okay, yeah. So 17 of perception. You notice, Lily, something that only you would really notice, and that is the barrels seem to have markings on them that are consistent with sort of travel markings when cargo is being moved from place to place. You would have, if you intake cargo at Bingle, intake it at Bingle and Loving It at the bar you worked at, your family's establishment, you would have noticed that there are markings on barrels and casks and crates and stuff that show the progression as it moves through Ain, if it goes into a port of call, if it is moved through a city or town, if it's loaded onto another wagon. It's to keep track of how trade happens in the realms.
Right.
Stamps, essentially.
Correct. Yes.
I'll go up and look closer. Do I recognize the stamps that are on there?
Yeah, give me an investigation check. You have advantage from Joral's fluffy pants, countered by Grim Fated.
I'll tell you what I'm doing too, James, so you understand.
Sure. They probably stole these from different carts and caravans traveling through the area, if I had to guess.
19.
Yeah, you're able to recognize that several of these barrels look like they came through Winkburg at one point or another, which is consistent with what you know about Winkburg being a hub of trade. It looks like they were headed to Kippleturn. And it looks like there's markings of different places that they went. Clearly, they came from Eastern Ain, the realms in Colsey, and moved down through Winkburg and were headed sort of back up north toward Kippleturn.
Is there anything back there in that corner, Lily? What is that? Be careful.
Oh,
I sort of point. It's my right, but map left.
Yeah, as you look in that direction, there seems to be a sort of crude, haphazard section of the back wall that has a seam in it.
Okay.
well, let's go.
I'll go.
I'll go right up to it and kind of touch
Yeah.
the seam.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like
Maybe-
you could probably slip your fingers into it around. There's enough of a gap there that you could probably slip your fingers into the seam there.
Are we
Okay.
able to? I'll go. Could you come? We might need your help.
Oh,
And,
yeah, okay.
And I'll try to slip my fingers in and see if I can move it before I'll go get there, I guess, and then.
Yeah, you can. In fact, it opens pretty easily out toward you.
Look how strong I am in this timeline.
It's not that. It's that this whole place was made for very
Kobolds.
small kobolds.
This is very heavy. Look how strong I am.
She's incredibly strong. How
Indeed.
dare you?
Indeed. So this wall is hinged.
Stronger than
It
James.
opens outward. You just grip those crevices in the wall and use them as makeshift handles. And behind that door, it appears to be a series of shelves cut out of solid stone, just in the back of the cave there. And there are a couple of cages, a couple of empty cages, and one cage with a small, peculiar-looking rat in it.
Hello.
Okay. Peculiar.
Is that what you need my help for?
Maybe.
Do the eyes look different?
No, this is a rat that is covered in canary yellow down feathers,
What?
and it has sort of a beak instead of a mouth, and definitely still a rat, but it looks so strange. It's small, and it's sitting there in this tiny little cage, like looking at you with beady eyes.
Hello?
Is Fahima in there yet, or no?
Fahima,
What
come
is
here.
that?
Fahima,
Don't tell me if Fahima's in there yet.
It
there's
looks like a
very
bird
strange
rat.
creature over here.
Fahima, do you know what this is?
Can I do a history check?
Nature.
Sure,
or
why don't you
history?
come on down into this area? And Lily, as you turn and go, Fahima, do you know what this is? James, you see past Lily into this cage that this little thing with beady eyes starts expanding,
It's okay.
puffing itself
No.
up, getting really, really big, and its
I'm
eyes are
going to
getting big.
awaken mind to it and say, we're not here to hurt you.
And it pauses for a second, and then it goes, and it is the biggest squeak, this incredible piercing sound. Everybody who's in this room right now, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Oh,
You have
everyone but
Did you get a natural one? Yeah. No.
I didn't.
Oh,
Well,
so
Lily,
did
you have-
I!
Lily, you have advantage from Scully is my homegirl, countered by Grim Fated. James, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by DM Jeff
Jeff, we
Ganado.
can't die by a chicken rat, okay? Cannot
Our
die by
heads
chicken rat.
explode.
I'll go, you have advantage from
Game
Crafton
over.
Crunch, countered by DM Jeff Kanata. DM Jeff Kanata, brutal this
Doing
week.
work.
Brutal
Yeah.
this week. And Fahima, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09.
Joke is on
Advantage?
DM Jeff Kanata because I got a 22.
Nice. We also got a potato from a first timer. First timer. Wow. And a potato.
Oh, welcome,
Double
first timer.
wow. Amazing.
Thank you.
Flan Man. I think it's Flan Man or Flan Man.
Flan
I
man.
like flan, man.
I like flan man.
I like them both.
And I guess there's so welcome first timer. That's so generous. And Joker 30 is on
amazing.
lunch. Hope you enjoy some potatoes on lunch.
You're
You're
on
enjoying
lunch?
your potato. Also, I guess another one from Man Chumba.
Wow.
Another name I
Wow.
don't recognize. So
Amazing.
thank you for all for being here
Welcome.
and supporting the
Thank
show.
you.
Yeah,
Really cool.
thanks.
Do
all right.
potatoes, can we use potatoes in game? Can they, like,
Thank
Be
you for
something.
joining our show.
we should.
Now,
Got a bunch of
Throw them as blunt weapons.
James
you
and
go.
Lily are about to die from a chicken rat. And
yeah.
Well, it's not going to be
Unreal.
good. Oh my gosh, I rolled really, really well.
No.
You each take
like to hear
7 points of thunder damage.
Whoa.
Do I take any damage if I save?
Ouch.
You take 3.
What was the save?
And also, the two of you that rolled
Constitution.
1 are knocked prone.
What was the roll that she needed to make for Constitution? The
I rolled
Constitution.
an 11.
13.
Oh, so I failed. Wait.
Yeah, so you also take 7
7.
points of damage.
So
God.
Are you unconscious?
I have one
No.
hit point.
She's a one.
2 hit points.
Dude. This is when
Is
we
the
run.
rat still screaming?
No, it just did one. It just did this. It
Okay.
expanded and then contracted. You know, it's like
Well, I hate that James lied to it because I stick a javelin in it.
okay.
You didn't hear me lie to it.
Oh, it doesn't
It was
matter. I
awakened
heard you
mind.
announce getting a javelin in the face.
How
It was
many?
awakened mind.
How many? You'll hit it. I'm not going to make you roll to hit, but how many hit points does it
much
javelin? Your
damage?
javelin attack?
It's
Yeah, how much damage?
1d6 plus 3, so 5. My first
Well, it's not
attack.
dead.
Okay. Then I pull it out and stab it in it again.
Okay. You just keep stabbing at this thing. It's like its little eyes, and it collapses dead.
Yeah,
all
the next
squeaked
attack
out.
is 7.
Can somebody help me up?
I'm coming.
Wow. Oh,
Do
I killed it. It's dead.
Civ. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I was outside of the room.
okay.
Are all of you all right? Do we need to
No.
leave?
No,
Not
I'm
great.
not okay.
Lily, can you heal in this timeline?
Yeah.
How much?
I just have cure wounds.
How many times can you do that?
Only a couple.
Wait, do any of us have potions? And I'll check my pack.
No. I already checked that. I'm playing Civ as poor and broke, so I don't even have a bow.
I thought one of you had potions at this point.
Did
Somebody had
anybody
a potion.
Did anybody buy a potion with their starting money?
I thought we all started with a potion, but
I thought we did too.
Maybe not.
But that
That's
was
what I
probably-
remember, but I'm leaving it up to you guys because you.
I think we started with a potion.
I would like to say that we started with a potion.
Hold on.
Pretty sure we did.
I think if we had a potion, it would have been given to us by Filt. It would not have been something that we just started with. Because I would have written that on my character sheet.
Jared,
It's
are you
not
trying to
on
kill me?
it. No, I'm calling Jeff out because I think Filt would have been the one that gave us the healing potion.
Well, he didn't in this
didn't.
timeline.
Yep.
So does anybody have healing potion written on their character sheet?
Stand by.
I don't think so. But I don't.
I mean, I
never
do. I
the,
have
like-
I have 2 potions of healing, but I think that those were given to me
By
on my cute level 1 character.
Right,
I
but if
don't
you have those
remember.
if you have those written down, those are probably the ones that Filt gave us before.
Jeff,
By
I
the
start
way- no,
looking
you know
around
what?
the
I
room.
think we
Are there
got them-
healing potions in this room anywhere?
There are not healing potions in this room.
Nope.
No.
In the meantime, I can heal. Come here, Lily. I'm Lily. I'm also hurt. Fahima, James, come here.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Isn't
And
this the
so-
last you can do for a bit?
I can do one more time. So,
Okay.
So cure wounds on James, cure wounds on Fahima. So you can each
Thank
roll
you.
1d8.
Thank
Okay.
you.
1d8 plus what? 3?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
plus
in low.
2, isn't it? Isn't it 1d8 plus 2?
It's whatever your charisma modifier is.
Yeah.
Would be.
Oh, yeah.
At this point.
What's up there, Siv? Did you see?
I was going to sneak ahead, but then I heard all hell break loose back there, and I wanted to know if you were all right.
Yeah, plus 3.
Like me
Plus
specifically?
3. Okay.
Back up
Well,
all the
everyone.
way.
I rolled a 1, so I get 4. Got it.
I would still like to investigate the pieces of this duck rat chicken.
Yeah.
Rat chicken.
Duck, rat, chicken.
Yeah, okay. You can investigate it.
Maybe just to see, like, even an
duck rat?
Arcana check, just to see, like, what happened. Is this like something that was created by someone?
No, I'm sorry, plus 4. I started with
Yeah.
a plus 4 charisma.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, 7. Great. I'm
Sorry,
at 7
I-
hit points again.
I was confused.
All right. So, Fahima, you're doing an investigation check.
Yeah.
Okay. You have advantage from Don't Hate Fahima.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yay!
Thank God, because I got another natural 1. What is up with these dice?
We also another
great.
potato from Fectious. Thank you, Fectious.
Aw,
wow.
thank you, Infectious.
What?
Again, if you don't know about the potatoes,
you.
join the live show. It's a fun community, and it's a
I hear potatoes are the equivalent of potions of healing.
maybe they should be.
They should.
Oh my gosh,
boy.
they should be.
I
Can we
gotta
trade
16.
in like 5 potatoes for a potion of healing?
16.
16. You look at the carcass of this thing through the cage, and you're sort of able to see it is torn to shreds as Uggo stabbed it. But it looks like you can see the throat, the innards of this thing's throat, and the mechanism where all the air was pushed through it that caused that horrible sound. It looks like it's this kind of bulbous gland that, with your investigation check and your knowledge of creatures, large and small, you're able to place as being the primary body part that air is pressed through to create that horrible, impressive sound.
And it looks natural, like this is something that exists in
Yeah.
weird parts of Iron, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so as we move along, I'll sketch that into my notebook and make some
Fascinating.
notes.
Jeff, Uggo just gave me he pointed out something that was, I think I would do. I'm gonna run to the edge of the hallway deeper in, because I wanna know if that sound was loud enough to call kobolds or more rats down upon us.
All right. You want to do that stealthily, I'm guessing?
If it just shrieked insanely loud, no. I'm going
Okay.
to run down there, look, and if I see kobolds or rats coming this way, I'm going to turn around and yell that back at everybody.
You do. You run toward down that hallway a bit, and you definitely hear the sounds of kobolds, of creatures running, screeching, and they seem to be approaching this sort of crossroads area up ahead.
Can I get a general head count? Like, are we talking a pack of 3 or 5 or 6?
It looks like a couple of kobolds are walking this way, are moving this way rather hurriedly, kind of around that corner from farther down, deeper in the off to the right there from your right.
Then I'm going to turn around, run back to where everybody's at, and then as I'm jogging back that way, I'm going to say, "Kobolds! There's kobolds coming! At least 2, maybe more!" And then I'm going to immediately hide.
Okay.
So
Jeff,
if I
let
can
me
press, hold on, one more thing, and then I'll let you guys do whatever. I always want to point at the screen. The little bit of hallway is, as soon as you step out of the room that my miniature is currently in, off to the right, there's kind of like a little dark dip right there in that hallway.
Yeah.
I want to hide in that shadow.
Okay. Yep. Roll me. You're going to take the hide action,
Yeah.
right? Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. You can seep into the shadows there, no problem.
Great.
I look over at James and Fahima and I say, "Follow my lead." And I go out into the cave and I go, "Orc angry! Find cave, want to own! Ah!"
All right.
You hear.
I just stand
you hear
shocked and silent.
You hear down the hallway ahead of you. You hear some. You can't quite make it out, but there are some. Definitely some sounds of communication happening.
"Oh, look, there's nothing here. I should just leave cave. I'm leaving cave now." And
You are right. You are right, friend orc. I will also leave. Let us evacuate.
Yeah, we will go outdoor. We will go out cave entrance and let.
Yes,
This
we
cave
shall.
stink like dirty kobold.
There's obviously nothing of value here.
I'm leaving now.
Jeff, I'm going to try to performance or deception. One of the two.
Yeah,
You
can-
decide which one.
Can I get it on
think,
that?
I think that's a performance. And I think
Okay, great.
both of you need to roll it. James, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grim Faded, and Uga, you have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Grim Faded.
23.
18.
All right. So you hear down the hallway. Footsteps sort of retreating away a bit. But Civ, as you are sort of standing there, I think Civ is actually farther down the cave, right? You're a little gap there.
Yeah, the first dip, a little bit in.
Farther to the right there, map room.
Yeah, that works.
And you can see with your dark vision that one of the kobolds is sort of lingering there, still looking and waiting, looking back at the other one that left, and kind of looking around curiously and just kind of waiting right there at that.
And I hear
point.
I hear the other kobolds running back into the cave. Like I hear
you heard one of the kobolds leaving, and you see one of the kobolds sort of hanging out and looking and just kind of trying to verify that this thing that they seem to believe that has happened has actually happened.
Yeah,
I'll be peeking my head around, but I can't see. Dang it!
Yeah,
there's no light further down the cave, is there? Are they lit at all around that corner? There's no torches, no nothing.
No.
I don't see
I had an idea, but I can't see. Okay.
Fahima,
Yeah.
what should we do? Should we hide in here with the dead chicken?
Well, I honestly don't know. It seems to be a bit more of Civ's deal, to be honest.
That's true. Well, we could... James, Ugo, what are you doing?
Waiting to see if the kobolds heard us.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Lily,
Yes?
what do you think we should do?
Jeff, Ugo's going to start sweeping down the cave towards where he saw Civ go.
Okay. So Ugo starts moving towards Civ, and that's James. We got Ugo moving towards Civ, and the
I'm close to the entrance, though. That's
the
good.
two of you are looking, and you kind of see that kobold that's milling around. Look back behind it, off to the left of the screen here, and be alarmed and start nervously walking back down to the right, moving down that hallway to the right.
As in, like he saw Ugo?
He did not see Ugo. It looked like he looked the other direction at this four-way crossroad. He looked off to the left there.
I was sneaking there in my. Did I have advantage or not? Just so you know what my sneak is.
Yes, you have advantage from pathogen jester.
Advantage?
Advantage.
Nice. Great. Okay, so the first one
Kobold scared of something
was
else.
a nat 20 and the second one was a 4. So I'm going to go with the nat 20.
Yeah. So you're definitely not being heard. It seems to you you're not being heard, but there's clearly something worrying the kobold as it looks down that section, and you start hearing this noise from that direction as well.
What kind of noise?
Yeah.
Kind of a scurrying movement noise.
A loud scurrying movement?
It's getting louder as it's coming closer.
Civ, I'll go get back here.
All right, I'm gonna leave my hiding spot. I'm gonna grab Ugo, or at least touch his arm or shoulder as I pass by him and beeline it back to the room where everybody else is hanging out.
All right, so Ugo, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say I will look at Lily and cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay.
One of my 2 spell slots. Yep.
So, Ugo, as you see Civ move past you, looking beyond him down the tunnel there, you see another large rat come running across your field of view at a full sprint. Seems to have been perhaps triggered by all the noise and commotion that's been happening, and is running at full sprint. This one has purple smoke billowing out of its eyes, a purple aura all around it. It is running directly at that kobold, who reaches behind him, pulls out his bow and arrow, pulls an arrow, and nails the purpley rat just as it gets close, which makes it. You hear this incredible explosion, rocking the entire cave. Dust and dirt falls from above, and you hear this cracking and creaking. And one of the kobolds turns to the other, the one that shot the arrow, smacks it across the face, and starts turning and running as both of them retreat back down that hallway. The pig has a pig. It looks like a pig. The purple rat has exploded spectacularly. This incredible energy that it contained, rocking the entire cave, and you feel this rumble beneath your feet. The dirt and dust getting on your head and your hair, on your clothes, and you hear this cracking and crunching from farther down, straight ahead of you. That straight path down the four-way stop. And you start hearing this horrible sound, this horrible breaking and crunching of rock and stone as it bursts and breaks. And then all of a sudden, a gush of water pours down, causing this incredible cascade of water bursting from the side. And we can reveal the next part of the map up there, map room.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Wow,
So you see this enormous wall of water erupt from the side, having broken and busted the door, the wall from the explosion from that explodey rat. And it creates this incredible cascading waterfall that keeps gushing, the water still flowing. Clearly some wall that separated the water from the rest of the cave has busted, and now there's this incredible gushing waterfall.
Deja vu, except no Ugo this time.
Right. At least he didn't get sucked down the waterway this time.
Yes.
Yeah, I was very far away that time.
Yes, good. All right. So again, things more the same than they are different in weird ways.
Did I see the kobold shoot the rat, or was it just Ugo that saw that?
Just Ugo, you would turn and walk by him.
Okay.
Back the other way.
Okay.
Right.
Do we continue or?
I think we have to. Yes.
Is there a way that we can remember we could just sort of beeline it to the end of this?
We don't
Because
know
you know where
what's
we're going?
we don't know what's at the end.
Yes.
And there's kobolds now. Multiple kobolds.
Right.
Was there anything of use in this room whatsoever?
Not that I remember.
There's food, there's jerkies. If anyone wants to look in depth at it, you're more than welcome to, but it does seem to have casks of wine and things that seem
Did
to
I
have been
write?
stolen.
I literally think I wrote gorp because you said there was something like trail mix
yeah,
in there, and I legit wrote gorp on my character sheet.
Not this time. There's no
Jeff,
gorp
I
to be
was going to
seen.
move further.
No
into the
raisins.
cavern, sneaking his way that way.
Say that again, please.
Ugo's going to move to the corner of the cavern so he can try to get eyes on the kobolds there
Yeah.
at the edge.
Yeah,
of
so
the,
you don't see them. We can remove those models for now, map room. You get to the edge. You can see at this crossroads, Ugo, straight ahead, again, that gushing wall of water that you recall knocking you the last time as you ran headlong into the glowing purple rat. This time you stand on the near side of it, but it still is gushing and moving at quite a clip, resulting in a waterfall off to the right there. But the path continues straight ahead. To your right, if you're standing at that four-way crossroads, you see the path extending down below and off into further into the cave where you can't quite make out from your vantage point. Then off to the left, again, another passageway that seems to bend up and around pretty dramatically.
And the one to the left is where the purple rat came from, yes?
Correct.
When I see Ugo go down that far, I'm going to wave everybody to follow, and I'm going to sneak up there as well.
All right. You guys can all sort of make your way up behind
Meet with
Ugo.
16.
Okay. I'll grab some
16?
jerky
Yeah.
for the road and then head that way.
Lily, are you wearing armor?
I have leather armor on.
You do? Okay.
Okay. Can we hear any? If we walk up behind them, can we hear anything to the right? Can we hear more kobolds? Is there any?
Roll me a
sign?
perception check. You have advantage from Pytyra's Stormblade. Also want to
Thanks,
say we got
Pytyrus.
some love from I Crichton, Brr Ice, Voss Voyager, Atheist Dad, Miss Prissy Potts, Fat Loot, Locomotive 1134, Henda 001, Thaddeus Tron. I nailed it.
Nice.
And
Is
others,
it-
thank you so much for those. We appreciate them very much.
Is
I
it fat
gotta-
loot like LOOT or LUTE?
LOOT, but PHAT.
That bard plays
so-
one fat loot.
Well played.
I got an awesome for a 22. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, this is your perception check. So you definitely hear distant sounds down that hallway. Clearly, Ugo saw two kobolds walking that direction, but you hear them. You hear definitely sounds down that way. It's hard to make out
remember-
exactly how far down they are, but
Okay, I remember like one of the next chambers felt like a dining hall. Does it sound like, or like a table, and does it sound like there's a large group of kobolds in the next chamber? Because that's what I'm afraid of right now.
yeah. Well, it is not a huge amount of noise, but it definitely sounds consistent with there does seem to be the clatter and clank of things in there, but the movements seem much more urgent, and it doesn't seem like the calm eating of a dining hall. It seems much more urgent. There was just a giant explosion in the cave, so that may explain it, but there certainly is some movement, some clinging and clattering of things that you might consider to be cutlery or plates or dishes and
Got it.
cups.
Do we see off to the left now that we're up there? Or is there more map?
There is more map. You can roll me a perception check. You have advantage from J Freak, countered by Grim Fated.
Countered by who?
Grim Fated! T-shirt time!
Countered by your own t-shirt.
Perception, you said?
I did.
That would be an 8.
An 8. You can't quite make out the path sort of bends in an interesting way, and you can't quite make out exactly what's going on down there. But if you walked in a little farther, maybe you'd be able to check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneaky and walk that way.
Okay.
Remember if we went that way last
Roll me a
time.
quick stealth check again. False star, give you advantage, countered by Grim Fated. T-shirt.
Jeff, Ugo's going to go the other way and sneak 30 feet south to look around that corner.
All right.
At least my stealth checks are holding up. I got a 27.
All right, so you move very quietly. We can reveal that next part of the map room. And what you see is this large section that seems to have this extraordinary purple fungus growing on it. These mushrooms that are kind of glowing and seeping with that purple energy. But the path leads deep and around a corner there.
Save.
Yes. What?
We went in there last time and it was not good.
Yes, I'm not going in there. I just wanted to see what it was because I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Do you have advantage or not on the stealth?
You do have advantage from orcs, wicked smart, countered by grim fated.
All right,
Wicked
I rolled a
smart.
17.
All right, so you managed to be very quiet, Uggo, as you... How far did you want to go?
30 feet to the corner so I could look around it.
All right. So you get to that edge and you are hugging the wall, staying in the shadows, and you can look into, you don't have a great angle to get all the way into the room, but it certainly is consistent with what James said about it being a dining hall. And yes, there does seem to be 3 kobolds in there. There also seems to be a couple of cages inside of which there is a one giant rat.
Is it a chicken rat?
It is not.
I look back at them and hold up 3 fingers, and 1 and
I can't see that.
Well, he held up 3 fingers, which represents something, and then 1, and then he looked like he was eating a little bit of food. So maybe that's a mouse.
Yeah, three kobolds probably, and I don't know what the other one is.
Probably
Jeff?
one mouse, 1 rat.
Could be.
Is there
and then Uggo looks at Civ and goes,
I put up my finger. 1 moment.
There's a lot of hand signals going on, James. Just so you know.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping me in the loop.
Yeah.
The waterway, is it rushing like it was the last time?
It is, yes.
Okay. And I think if my memory hasn't completely failed me, I mean, I have had a kid since this the last time.
Don't blame this on Logan.
I take it back.
Logan.
Weren't there like there was something on the other side of the waterway, because I remember us wanting to get to the path on the other side of the waterway. Can I see anything?
I don't think it was this early up, was it?
I think it was.
Oh,
I
it
think
was.
This is where I used Digit. This is where Digit
To tie
in
the
his
rope.
name.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
I tied a rope on a stalagmite on the other side. Then a stalagmite for us to cross.
Right.
That is still the case. There are still stalactites and stalagmites on the other
think that's
side
the way to
of
go?
this rushing river.
Do I
Rushing
see anything
waterway.
on the other side of the waterway from the edge of the waterway? If I get up.
If you
Next
walk
to it.
all the way to the edge and look across the rushing water, it is definitely there's a mouth of a cave that tightens, that narrows, and then it kind of heads off to the right there. And there's a strange darkness. It seems it's all dark in here, but there's an even deeper, darker darkness that your dark vision doesn't seem to be penetrating.
I turn around and whisper to all of you. I don't know if Uggo can hear me from where he's at, but I'll whisper it. I'll do a stage whisper. I don't see anything across the waterway except for some sort of magical darkness. My vision cannot pierce it.
That's strange.
I don't remember that from the
That
last
wasn't
time.
here last time.
Nope.
I do remember tying a rope off on the other side. Shall we do that again? Or shall we go and deal with the kobolds first?
Well,
Do we have to deal with the kobolds?
We
Do
don't
you think we can avoid
necessarily.
them?
Maybe we can avoid them.
Uggo could probably scare them off.
No. Let's. If we can avoid alerting them, because we don't know if there are more down there. So if we can avoid alerting them, let's take this way. And
yes, because remember if we went down there too far, then it was that big door that we couldn't open.
Uggo goes,
I will awaken mind towards Uggo. Uggo, come back this way, towards the water. We're going to cross the water. I can't see you if you're using hand gestures.
I'll say it to Uggo, who I can see who's doing hand gestures. Uggo. Yeah.
and as soon as she gives the thumbs up, Uggo goes screaming into the room after the kobold.
Uggo.
All right. So
I'm going to argue for surprise, Jeff.
Sure.
Since I was stealthed,
I'll let
then-
you. I'll
Yeah.
roll. I'll see what they're.
She gave the thumbs up.
And I told you, I said awaken mind in your head, come back to the waterway.
But I got the thumbs up from Lily.
All right.
I mean, Lily gave him the
was
thumbs
here.
up.
The
All
first
right,
time we
Ron.
were here, when you acted impulsively and ran at the glowing rat.
You do, buddy. Nice
All
knowing
right.
you. No, I'm
So, I need you to roll initiative, everybody.
Oh, someone's gonna die.
Everybody.
So I'll go. If your initiative is above their passive perception, then you'll get your surprise moment. But we can pull away the fog of that map room, and we can put in our 3 kobolds and the 1 rat in the cage, which is sort of. I love that
Just
effect.
survive.
How
I
cool is
know,
that?
it's so
I love that
cool.
effect.
Wow.
So cool.
Right?
Wow, they're like little animated kobolds.
Right? Right, huh?
one. Oh, wow, they are. Yeah.
Cute.
Reminds me of the old, there was an arcade game for Dungeons and Dragons where you could fight kobolds with like little shields and swords
Cool.
and stuff.
Yeah. All right, I'll go. So you have advantage from Godkiller 92, countered by Grim Fated. Everybody else, Civ, you have advantage from the Carson, countered by Grim Fated. Fahima, you have advantage from Will Bro Jr., countered by Hobble. James, you have advantage from Pytyra Stormblade, countered by Grim Fated. And Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck Fan, countered by DM Jeff Kanata.
Jeff.
I want to know who
I
do
DM
this,
Jeff Kanata is.
It's a pretty brilliant.
I think it's a plant. I think Jeff planted somebody.
I'm
It
worried
is, Jeff.
I'm just worried about the precedent it is setting now, and it's all chaos after this.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
fun to
right.
have your name in the things.
We're gonna have the real Katie Michaels next week.
The real Katie Michaels.
No, I want
I
to
got
hear.
a
Real Katie Michaels. Okay, so what'd you get?
13.
Fahima?
11.
James?
14.
Go.
16.
All right, you got that surprise. Lily?
I got 6.
All right, you would not have gotten that surprise.
Nope. I was given hand gestures.
We really need to come up with like a bunch of set hand gestures that we can use.
Yes.
I mean,
All right.
that should be like
If we
Orctionary
fast forward,
2.0.
if we fast forward to the present, we will be adept at hand gesture.
I got advantage from Fat Loot, countered by a 2-0 mask, and I rolled a 2 on my
Nice.
my.
Good.
That's what I like to hear.
They go
Yeah,
last.
yeah,
I don't like being scared of kobolds. That's just
yeah. Oh man.
I'm scared.
I know
You
when
should
Lily asked
be.
me what to do, I'm at a total loss because one hit from a rat almost
Yeah.
killed me.
A chicken rat almost took out 3 members of your
Oh,
party.
man.
All right.
I don't know what to do other than sneak around.
All right.
stealth is your friend right now.
Yeah.
I'll go. You are first in a poetic justice. The dice awarded you the first move.
Great. So I'm going to use my bonus action to rage.
Yeah.
I'll move 30 feet around the corner towards the closest kobold,
Yeah.
and I'll toss a javelin from one hand and a disadvantage hand axe in the other.
All right. So the first one you have advantage from Braba, countered by Grim Fated.
I think that uses 2 bonus actions, Ron.
One's the attack action, the other's a bonus action.
Yeah, but you bonus action rage.
Oh, you're right. I did. So I can only throw the javelin for the first round. Thank
It's
you.
all good.
So again, advantage
Encyclopedia.
So you're going after you're throwing at this first kobold that's
Yes.
yep.
Yep.
From the pack. Okay. Go ahead.
Do I have advantage? No. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
said-
I already Braba, countered by Grim Fated. So.
Okay. So 22 is the hit.
Oh yes.
Hit. All right. And I did 9 damage to the first
You
kobold.
come around and you scream in rage.
Sorry, it's 11 damage to the kobold because of
You
my rage.
throw this javelin and it flies true and it hits the kobold in the center of the forehead and its eyes cross and it falls forward dead.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
That completes your turn, right? I'll go.
Yes.
James, you're up.
Great. I will, hearing this screaming and such going on, okay, I'll go.
Well, he raged, so
Yes. I will. I'll dash all the way to the corner. That's probably all I'm gonna be able to. Well, I'll dash 60 feet as far
10,
as I can.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 will be almost right next to Ugo. Just 2 squares behind him.
Yeah, that's just a couple squares behind Ugo then, please.
Yeah.
Hugging one step closer to the wall though, please. One diagonal square back, and just kind of getting a look in this room, kind of, oh gosh, okay.
So yes, it is indeed a dining hall. You can see it from there, James, and it is a mess. It is not the kind of place that is well kept. There's garbage and stuff, but you will notice almost immediately, even from that distance, that the plates and bowls that they're using are much nicer than the tables. The tables are haphazard, poorly constructed. There's garbage and things just sort of cast off in the corners, and yet the plates, the bowls, and especially the cups are very pretty, very pretty. I mean, you are surprised at how pretty they are. They seem to have little flecks of gold in there. They're well made things, and there's maybe little stones even inlaid in some of them. You can tell.
We're gonna have a whole page on the Discord just on cup theories.
Yeah, we all know that no one wants the cups, though. They're pretty, but no one wants them.
We can trade them in for tattoos.
Tattoos.
Yeah,
that's true. They are.
You just got infinite tattoo money right here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
First in initiative order.
Civ is next, then Fahima, Lily, Kobold.
Shouldn't I get another turn since I surprised them?
No, that's not really how it works in 5e. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just lose their action.
Yeah.
Oh,
gotcha. Yeah. So their first turn, so you guys aren't surprised. That makes sense. You're not surprised, so you get full turns. Got it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm going to use my racial ability and move 60 feet. Does that put me? I don't know where that puts me. 60 feet towards 5, 10, where James is at.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60 will get you right next to James, in fact.
Okay. You don't even have bonus action dash or disengage. Wow.
Yeah, I don't have a cutting action right now.
Nope.
But I do have my racial ability, so I still got 60 and I still have my action. Can I? Oh, that's where I'm at? Oh, then I don't have. Is that where I'm at?
Yes.
Oh, man. All right. Can I hold my action to throw at a kobold that gets within range? Can I
Sure.
do that? Okay.
Yes.
Then that's what I'll do.
You moved 60 feet was your racial. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you didn't take the dash.
Racial ability, yeah.
Gotcha. Fahima, you're up.
Okay, I'm looking at the map. I'm really far away, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all going to have to move dash to get over there.
If I move, can you move me 30 feet? Jeff, do you think I could see them if I...
No.
At a certain
30
point?
feet gets you about halfway across that wall.
Probably see Civ and I, but not the kobold.
Correct. Yeah, you can see Civ and James. You can't even really see Ugo.
Okay, I'll dash then. And I will block. I don't want to end up in a position that will... I mean...
If you dash, you can get
30,
right in that clump with James and Civ. That's basically what we'll get.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's my move.
All right, she's going to move all the way to that square adjacent to Civ and Ugo. There you go.
And I will remember again that Meep is not with me.
Yeah.
All right, Lily, you're up. Poor Lily doesn't have the dash everyone else has.
Okay.
Her little gnome feet.
What if I grabbed her hand and I dragged her with me?
I take additional damage.
Yeah, dragging along.
Multiple minor contusions. I dash 50 feet. So
50 would put her next to Civ.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll go 50 feet to Civ, and then as a bonus action, I'll give Ugo Bardic Inspiration. And I'll say, Ugo, that's not what I meant, but good luck.
Cool. It's a D6 right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody clumped up, and the kobolds throw a fireball. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait a minute.
Ha 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 ha.
So funny.
So this kobold loses its first turn because it is surprised. The kobolds are surprised. So I'll go. You get to go again.
Great. So I'm going to move 30 feet towards the kobolds. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Cool. Hand axe.
All right.
One at one at the other.
Okay, you have advantage from Lily Dumblestuck fan countered by Grim Faded on the first, and you have advantage from Forest Elf 86 on the second.
Great. So, first hand axe is nat 20.
Whoa,
Yeah.
double dice.
Second one, which is advantage, right, on the second?
Yeah,
15 is the highest.
that's a hit.
Wow.
Okay. So the first one takes max damage.
Which is what?
12 plus 5, so 17.
Yeah, it's obliterated.
Oh, sorry. Because there's crit.
Oh,
Because
the
there's
hand
crit. Yeah.
You throw this
yes.
You throw this hand axe, and it literally keeps going through the kobold. You know, it splits this thing in twain and keeps going, and it hits the back wall and goes thong in the back wall, and then it takes a second. But then the kobold falls into two pieces and lands on the ground.
And the second hand axe is 10 damage because I rolled a 5 plus 5.
Well, that kills the second one. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So you run up screaming, throwing these two hand axes. The first one splitting the first kobold. The second one landing and sticking 3 inches deep into its neck. And it turns and looks, and it's this green blood is shooting out, and it turns and looks at you and just falls over and slumps on the ground.
And then I'm going to look quickly. Is that cage locked?
It is.
Okay, cool. Then that's it. I have reactions left. That's it. So
All right. Well, you guys have
I'm out of
dispatched
action.
those
Yeah.
enemies. This rat is in a cage. It looks more like not necessarily a pet, but potentially food for some following day. It is being held inside this cage, kind of snarling and snapping at you, seeing the violence and chaos that just went down.
I'll make my way slowly into the room.
I'm going to whisper to James as he's making his way in. Go ahead and search the room. I'll keep a lookout just in case more kobolds show up.
Good.
And then I'll
yes.
also turn and whisper to Lily. Lily, if you find a bow in there with arrows, I could very much use it.
On it. Also, Fahima, I think this is where you found your cup, right?
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes.
My memory is so bad that I have to ask.
Okay. You walk into this room, and again, it looks like there are these long tables and chairs, and they're placed haphazardly, poorly made. There's refuse and garbage kind of clumped in the corner. There's it doesn't look like a cleanly place. It doesn't smell like a cleanly place. And yet the place settings are remarkably opulent for this area. They have these well-crafted plates and bowls. Some of them are broken. Some of them are shattered. There's even pieces of them on the floor. But many of them seem to be still intact, chips maybe off the corners. And they seem to be inlaid with stones in some of them. These are not valuable antiques or anything like that, but they're strangely incongruous for this room, for this group of people. And the cups, very pretty.
So if there's a lot of the cups, the first time we were here, why did we just take one? Was there only one the first time?
I think there was only one.
I think, or you just took one because it was.
Yes. That could
Jeff,
be.
as I'm retrieving my weapons from decimating these kobolds, do they have anything on them?
Yes, it seems to be the one that shot the arrow at the exploding rat. Definitely has a bow on it and a quiver of arrows.
Cool.
The other one.
Take those.
Yeah. There's one that has a sling and one that has a sort of a short sword dagger hybrid, kind of a smallish blade. Yeah, dirk. That's a great.
I will take all of those as well.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming I heard you ask Lily for the bow.
I whispered it, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'm looking for the bow after I said that too.
Yeah. Well, then I will hand you the bow. Does anybody want the sling? I'm not going to use that.
I've got one already, actually. But so Fahima, if you wanted to, please be my guest.
And then I also hand the dirk to Lily.
Sure.
Oh, do you want it, James? You want it, James?
It's technically a dagger or a short sword, Jeff.
It's technically a dagger. It's like a short sword to them, to these
I'll
small
take
kobolds.
it, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Sure. Okay.
I want to try to find a cup that looks similar to the one that I picked up the first time. Or do any of them look exactly the same?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check. You have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Alpha Omega.
Could I help her with that?
Thank you.
Yeah, as a sort of searching for cups.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Sure, you can roll me...
Take the advantage. Oh,
yeah, take the advantage. Yeah, take the advantage.
These dice, are you kidding me? I'm taking the advantage from James
Yes,
helping
you are.
me?
Yes.
Thank you, because I just got my third natural one. These are digital
man.
dice. Come on.
Don't use the digital
I'll go
dice.
is stealing all your nat 20s.
Clearly.
Oh, I brought my real dice, but I have no room to roll them here. Okay,
Maybe
so my
maybe DM Jeff
switcher.
Kanata hacked your computer and
Yeah,
a bunch of
seriously.
natural ones.
have no
Okay,
idea
so
about
that's 17 plus 4 plus 3, 2.
24.
Yeah, thank you.
Or,
I don't understand the math on that investigation check, but I'll take your word for it.
Sorry, it's my new sheet. I didn't write down all my individual stats, so I'm like adding the modifiers together.
Okay. So as you look around on these place settings, and you see these cups here, you pick up a couple and you look at them, and then there's one that just looks extraordinarily familiar. It rings all the bells. It is this sense of deja vu as you pick up and look at this undeniably pretty cup. That's where we're gonna go to intermission.
Yeah.
Inside the dragon's lair, having dispatched a group of kobolds. Lots more to check out, lots more to look at, and some question marks as to where what's gonna be at the end of this end of this dungeon. I want to thank some folks who've given us love in the last few minutes. Hornist34, Crafton Crunch, Melchior, Vein Dead, an old brownie, Dewski, Fectious, B-Max, J Freak, and others. We certainly appreciate those balloons, those shows of support, those applause. It feels like applause, and we are grateful. We're going to take a brief intermission, but we will be back shortly. In the meantime, Lord Airband's going to take care of you. Stick around. We'll be back real soon.
Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after this brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company. And I must say, before we continue, if you're not watching this live, then I highly recommend watching it live. Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the Watchers of the Time stream. All right? So, do yourself a favor and get in on the fun, all right? Holy macaroni! Down to clown! For Act 1 of the new timeline, a potato. Delicious! All we need to do is fry that up with some peanuts oil or something. What oils do you use to make a fried potatoes? Does anyone know? Is anyone out there a chef or a cook that could help? Because I need to know. Because olive oil, alcohol oil, what is that, Ouroboros? Peanut oil, eh? For Lord Araban from Locomotive 1134 with a balloon. Ooh, yes, thank you very much. Olive oil is good. Peanut oil, fine. Enough with the oil! I heard. We're good. I'm just kidding. Keep giving ideas because we're going to have to get it done right. Because Milo is certainly hungry. You see, Brandon Nerd, I know I asked, okay? I'm just being difficult, all right? I like being difficult! Ooh, Milo oil. Well, listen, we're trying to feed Milo here, so Milo oil's not going to work. Well, I mean, it could. Perhaps if I wanted to eat the potatoes. I'll have to come back to that. Brain oil, eh? Ah, yes. Ah, Melchior, thank you so much. Milo will enjoy the milk and cookies you gave him. Though I do have to say he is lactose intolerant, so that's not going to help with the current ambiance, should I say. Godkiller92 says, "Hi, Lord Ereban. I'm a cook and I would love to give you my recipe." For what? Just recipe? Or something else? What is the recipe? You can't just say I'm going to love to share my recipe, give you my recipe, and then not tell me what it is. Look at me over here, I'm waiting. Do French brains taste fancy? Snaggletooth? They do not, surprisingly. No, they're very bland. The best tasting of all the brains are the I just forgot where they're from. Americans? Yes, that's it. Americans. Mainly those from the middle part of America. The middle portion. I don't know what to call them. But they're very tasty. Delicious, as a matter of fact. I eat them quite often. Have I tried to eat Jeff's brain? Yes, but not really. Kind of. I wanted to, but then we became friends and it was awkward because every so often I would want to enjoy his brains because they're so wrought with such beauty and capability, capacity. Do you see? It's hard not to want something or to destroy something that you love, you know? Or at least it's hard for me, maybe not you. My life is a bit different than yours. Listen, you don't eat the brains of others, or should I say flay the brains of others in most cases. Actually, some of you do. Speaking of, who here has ever flayed a brain? Hobble says, you don't know me. You must be an illithid. Just like me. Killick says me. Real Tabaxi Rogue says me. Everyone says me. So you're all illithids, yes? No, Shabery says not me. No, not me. Lord Ereban, I would never eat a brain. Well, try it. You'd never know if you haven't tried it. Ouroboros, Lord A, I have a mini of you that good Sir Ron painted. Oh, you mean like a miniature person thing? What? Just a mini? Is that what they're called? Look, I don't actually play Dungeons and Dragons. I am Dungeons and Dragons. So you'll have to explain. A mini figure. Ah, yes. Wonderful. A miniature figurine, says Thomas Maproom. Thomas Maproom? Thomas, aren't you an engine or a tank or something? A map room? Lord Grain says, Lord Ereban, I've had pig brains and eggs. Does that count? Yes, it certainly does. Monkey brain ice cream, says Shadow Fool. Never tried it. But again, with the lactose intolerance, there's nothing I can do. Lord Ereban, can I use you in my next Campagan? Campagan? I'm just kidding. I know how to pronounce that word. It's Capagan. Again, joke. Campaign. Of course you can. Just don't let me catch you doing it, because if I do, I will need to destroy you and consume your brain. Brain gumbo, Lord A. Sure, I'll try it. Hubble says Lord 3 Bard and a level 3 fighter right here at Lord Ereban. So you're just a fresh little bird, yes? You're a tiny little chickadee. I'm level 50. I know what you're thinking. It doesn't go that high. You're wrong. It does. And when you're 120 years old, you get there pretty quickly, I should say. Okay, there we go. Next, what we got here? Blah, 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 bloop, 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 bleep. Lord A has ascended, Lily Dumblestuck fan says. Why? I certainly have. Level 50, Lord A, don't play around. Real Tabaxi Rogue. Trust me when I tell you, I've been at it a very, very long time. A D&D has no level cap. I know it doesn't, Sean Patrick, but what I was thinking you were thinking, because I'm in all of your minds and reading all of them right now, is no one ever gets that far. Well, Lord A has. Yes, Lord A has. Milo is on your posters. You mean behind me? The posters behind me? No, that's not Milo. That's me. They're all of me, adventuring in the Underdark. Turn on the lights, someone. Oh, it would have to be me. We'll get to it next time. Look, I will show off the paintings at another time. All right? Let's hope Lord A and Milo don't TPK our players. Did you say our players or our players? I think I might have gotten that one wrong there. Musk Stick Addict says, yay, Lord A, I get to see you, Musk Stick Addict. The hardest name in the world, by the way, to say. You try to say that 3 times in a row very quickly, and you will have one hell of a time. I love you too, Musk Stick Addict. My goodness, there's so many kits and plosives everywhere. All right, before we continue, I do have a few things I would like to mention. Specifically, the props. For those who have never played the game or have been here live, I would like to explain what props are and what they do. So here we go. We have 4 unique Dungeon Run props for you. If you're watching the show live, that is. Now, number 1, you can grant the gift of advantage. That's the blue star that you see. That gives the ability to a player to roll the 20-sided dice once, a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. On the opposing side, you could set the trap of disadvantage. That is going to be the little red card that you see there from my good friend and confidant, Grim Fated. If a player has an advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. If this player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the lowest value. After all, life is pain. And when you give an advantage or a disadvantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you, and you will not like it because it will not be the choice that you would have requested, because I always try to go in some other direction. Got it? Good. Also, there is show love. That's the blue balloons that everyone is giving. That's your way of showing us here at the Dungeon Run your love, right? And you can give it to anyone on the team. You could give it to me, you could give it to Jeff, you could give it to the team, you could give it to the Candle Queen, you could give it to Milo if you wanted. I would not recommend it, but you can. All right? Finally, we have... I don't even like saying it anymore. Milo's Ball, and it still exists. Why? Because I haven't figured out how to turn it off in the system. Right? Somehow, some way, it's broken and it's stuck. So, yes, JLoFet, that. Thank you very much. I have just lost my minion for the 1000th time. At least it feels that way. When you give a Milo's Ball, that little pot there with the purple business inside and the stirrer, it will kill my minion. And you can laugh all you want, but it still hurts his feelings when you kill him. He knows when you do it and recognizes it, and when he wakes up, feels badly about himself. So how about you don't make him feel badly and stop doing it? Although if you want to, it's fine. Oh my goodness gracious sakes alive, Dresden Dark. You, my good friend, are a true lover of the show. Because you, my friend, have given the ultimate prize, the potato. And I would like to thank you from me and everyone else here at the Dungeon Run. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, no one ever at any given time needs to ever, and should I say ever, give anything on this show. You're not required. You can enjoy and be here with us for no charge. Okay? This show is free to you. But those that do contribute, we just want to let you know that we greatly, greatly appreciate it. Good? Wonderful. Great. Wonderful. Murder ball, says Smeeble. If you can dodge a mini hammer, you can dodge a death ball. All right. I'll remember that for future reference. Dresden Dark, what is that? Is that 2? 1 for fail, Waffle. Still, from you. What on earth what are you doing? That's 2 potatoes? This has gotten out of hand. Something has gone very wrong in the world for there to be this many potatoes. I have a sack of them now. A full sack. I don't know what's going on with my voice, but something is happening. Killick Lycan. Lord A, I have an idea. What if we make a shirt for the potatoes? Brilliant idea. Milo, write this down. All right, he's dead. That won't work. I'll remember it. I have a good brain. 120 years of myelin sheaths in my brain working their best. At least they try very hard. A shirt about the potatoes. Done. I promise you, at some point in the future, it could be a week, a month, a year, maybe even longer, because I don't know when I'll get it done, but we will do something about potatoes. All right? Done. Miko Oblico says, Dresden Dark is the rightful heir of Idaho. I'm sure if I were American, I would get that. Is it something to do with potatoes? It's a joke, of course I get it. Idaho potatoes. Though you would like to know, I'm sure, that Idaho is not the capital of potatoes anymore. No, it's changed. Look it up. It's Iowa. No, I'm just kidding. Of course it's not. I don't know where it is, but I don't think it's Idaho. And if it is still, I apologize to Idaho. My apologies to you, Idaho. You're still great. You still make great potatoes. Doc Lannister, y'all need to quit sending me around. LOL, JK. Someone help me with that. Am I missing? What am I missing? Is that from a different... Is there a reference? Does it have anything to do with time travel? I don't know. Hobble says never apologize to Idaho. Hobble, I normally wouldn't. The reason I'm doing it is because I said something about their potatoes, potentially, and I would feel bad if they were upset about it. Hence the apology. Though, I really don't know if I should ever apologize to them again. I think you're right on that. I'll take your advice. Continuing on. Oh, goodness gracious, takes it. TK421. What on earth are you doing? That potato is so glorious. Has anyone clicked on the potato, by the way? If you haven't tried, no joke, seriously, touch it. You can. And what happens is, excuse me, I almost got sick. A rainbow. Yes. A rainbow tater. Grave Witch, that is correct. A rainbow tater. Lost my mind. Lord A, Druid Otter says, Lord A, you could a shirt saying Milo always returns. You know, I like that idea, actually. All right, that's a note. We'll make it. Producers, I would like to wear a shirt that says Milo always returns. And I think, you know what, it makes a sense why I would wear that. Because that at least ensures that you, the watchers, know that should Milo die at any point during the show, that he will come back and not be dead forever. Because that could be uncomfortable for some of our viewers, I would imagine. Yes? No? Good? Bad? Right? Wrong? I don't know. Hope we don't. Jared, please. Are you kidding me? Listen, I have all the power here. You think I'm going to let you die? All right, the truth is I can't stop you from dying. So please do your best, don't die. And anyone who's about to just throw down all the disadvantages on the team, remember, these are people. They are people. And they need your help sometimes, Grim-Pated. Just sometimes, not always. Okay? Every once in a while, they do need an advantage. Not a disadvantage. Especially when they only have 1 hit point left. Alright, listen. Truth is, they don't need anything from you. Oh my goodness, Grim-Fated. Throwing out the advantages to the DM. Let's see just how far they can go in this scenario. Everyone, it has been a blast being here with you. I am going to let you go back and watch the rest of the show, but before I do, I just wanted to say the following. Thank you to all of you who have shared tonight's show. If you have not, I ask you to please do so. Really, it's truly easy to do. And hashtag the dungeon run. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Just tell someone, for crying out loud. Listen, this is the greatest show that many people don't know of. And you know how you get it out there? You tell someone, my goodness. Tell someone. Use a telephone, says Vade Dead, I agree. Or write an email or something, or text them, I don't know. But tell someone, because the more people that watch, the longer it would be here. Good? Fine. Now, remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. But for now, it's time to rejoin our adventurers.
Muted.
Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Hey, we're back, everybody.
Yay!
I'm muted. That's
Jeff
okay.
said he was going to let me run the second part of this. So that's why he muted
Die
himself.
immediately.
Indeed.
Oh, man.
We got some potatoes. My goodness. Dresden
Wow.
Dark dropped 2 potatoes.
Wow.
Dresden Dark.
Potatoes.
Potato.
TK421 dropped a potato. Wow.
Amazing.
Amazing. And if you don't know what the potatoes are, get in that live chat on Wednesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time. We also got love from Persephone, Zachman09, J-Rock, J-Lo
Nice.
Fett, Lambent Zerker, Cat the Mage, love for the Catman, DM Jeff Kanata. You know, you got to show love. The first kind of love you got to show is self-love. So DM Jeff Kanata, thank you. Karma 6 also with a balloon there. Thank you so much for those. We are back into our story, and you have just dispatched the kobolds that were in this dining area. Looks like a larger dining area than the number of kobolds that were in there, which seems odd. But there still remains this giant rat in a cage that seems to be not a threat to you at this moment. It is secured. It looks as if, in fact, the kobolds themselves were probably planning to end it and use it for some other purposes, i.e. eating it. But this room you have found as we left, Behemoth found the pretty cup that she kept with her for so much of the adventure in the original timeline.
And I look at it and I leave it where it is. Just
Whoa.
kidding. I will pick it up. I have a question though. You're describing this place as it's set for more than there are kobolds. Are you also implying that it's set for creatures that are not kobolds, or
No, just that there was only 3 things in here, and it certainly is a room where larger numbers could dine.
but it does appear as though they set it up, the kobolds.
It does appear that way, yeah. It appears to be their dining hall. Yeah.
Are we able to tell, like, how recently some of this stuff has been used?
It would seem to be used very recently. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very recent. It's it seems to be in active use.
Got it.
Do the place settings look to be more than a century old? They look to be very old.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that they're very pretty nice. Just in contrast to the rest of this cave, they seem nice. It's almost like they were stolen and brought here.
Right.
I'm gonna put a couple of them in my bag.
Okay.
Yeah,
A couple of cups or a plate and a bowl and a cup, or what do you want to do?
A whole place setting. Why not?
All right, sounds good. You got yourself a picnic basket now.
Jeff, what are in the offshoots of this room? It looks like little alcoves. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like more areas where things are stored, things are thrown in the corner, things are displaced. Perhaps, these are, singular dining areas. It's all just one big kind of messy eating space, living space. There does look like places where people have just fallen asleep on the floor, perhaps inside garbage, refuse.
Right, well, in spite of the kobolds, who were not here, obviously, last time we were.
They're not here
everything
now.
else- Yes. Well done. Everything else seems roughly similar, except that darkness on the other side of the water.
Yes, and what was odd about that is that I couldn't see through it. It was almost like the darkness that you create with your magic, James.
That's what I thought as well.
Do you think
Yes.
it's the dragon hiding itself?
I have no idea.
I think what I know about dragons is that they wouldn't necessarily need to do that,
True.
but it's an idea.
Oh,
Possible.
Lily,
Yes,
you found a bow.
I did.
May I use it?
Ugo found it and gave it to me because he thought I was looking for it. So yes,
Nice.
Did you get arrows as well?
Yep.
Ugo did.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Ugo, and
You're
thank you,
welcome.
Lily. I'm going to test the bow and bowstring just to make sure everything is in working order.
Yeah, this is not a finely crafted weapon, nor has it been cared for with a lot of attention.
This
but-
is the old Civ. He's not used to using nice stuff anyways. So,
Yeah, no, it's certainly a capable bow.
sweet. How many arrows?
I believe you have 8.
8? Okay.
Civ,
Yes.
could you shoot an arrow at that rat in the cage? I don't want
What?
it to starve.
You want me to kill it?
Yes.
Ugo
What's the
goes over
alternative?
rat
Let it
and
go?
Stabs it.
Oh, okay. That works.
hear it.
Don't want to waste
too.
an arrow.
You want to
Sure.
hear it squeal and collapse in the cage.
Right.
Thank
Do you want me to bring it with us so we can eat it?
No, we found all that jerky in the cave. It's fine.
We'll eat that eventually. And it's dried so we can save it. This fresh meat.
Oh,
Lily,
okay.
Okay.
you're bleeding from your ears.
Yeah. Oh,
Are you all right?
I mean, I don't feel great.
Okay.
Is there anything we can do to help you?
Can you heal? I don't want you to use your
Not
blood,
yet.
but can you do that blood thing?
Not yet.
Are there any healing potions in there anywhere or on the kobolds?
I got some jerky.
No, nothing on the kobolds besides these weapons.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to remember. It's not in my spellbook, obviously, but I'm gonna try to remember how to do spare.
Be careful.
Okay.
As long as I guess you can tell me, Jeff, if I don't want the infliction to kill me. I guess it's a 1d8 though, huh?
oh,
It could.
No. Oh, Fahima.
What
not
level
worth
spell is it?
It's not worth it. First level spell. Yeah, it played by the
try
same
it.
rules, huh?
Yeah.
It's
The risk
okay.
isn't worth it.
I
It's
mean,
not.
if I could always go sit in where the chicken rat was.
Can you use other blood or do you can only use your own?
Can you use my blood because there's a lot coming out of this ear?
Or just use this rat I stabbed.
I think
It's
it's
bleeding.
I think it's a transference of my own life and essence. Some, but Lily, if you do get hurt, if you get hurt at the point where you've passed out, I will try. I promise.
Okay, just letting you know that's like pretty soon.
Maybe you should rest. Maybe Ugo and Fahima and I can go check across the waterway, and you and Civ can stay back here so you can rest.
Don't you feel nervous to split us up right now?
I do, but I'm worried about you.
I think if we're going to split up like that, then Lily and I should go back and stay in the room where the chicken rat was.
That's a good idea, and you can
Or we
hide
can
behind
just keep going, and
rats.
I'll just stay back.
No offense, Lily, but you're the only one that can heal. So if we lose you, we lose everything.
He's
Let's
right.
just protect her.
It's true, but I can only heal one more time before I rest anyway.
Can you heal
Then
yourself?
just use it on
You
yourself.
shouldn't wait.
I can't heal myself.
Yes,
You can't?
Yes, you can. Cure wounds can be on yourself.
I don't think so.
Is this like a weird Jeff, I don't like gnome bards thing? Like,
No.
you heal yourself?
You can absolutely cure wounds
you
on
can cure.
yourself.
You can cure yourself. Yeah. Creature your touch. Creature your touch.
Yeah,
regains number
you
of
can
hit points.
totally
Yeah.
heal yourself.
You can just go.
A creature you touch. So as long as you touch yourself.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess
family
I
show.
can.
He's
I've
very family.
literally never cured myself.
That's the sound the cure wounds makes when you
I'm
touch
still
yourself.
learning.
beautiful. We love
Guys,
it.
we went. Whoa.
She's getting
We
really
went
into
back.
character.
We went back to level 1, and I also went back to level 1, which is where I
You
freak
reverted
out
back to-
anytime anyone
Such a
asks me
method
to do
actor.
anything. I don't know how to read my character sheet. Okay.
I'm drinking again, so hey, let's get into character.
Okay, so I'll touch myself. Cure wounds.
The old self boop.
Yep.
Self move.
And
I mean, it's basically as much healing as you get, right?
Whoa! Look at that! Did you see
Ah,
that?
Beautiful.
There's an
Wow,
effect.
very
Of
cool.
healing.
Ooh, it's a
Healing explosion.
That's so rad.
I
I
love
like
it.
how all the spells explode.
Is there a blood lance effect? I'd like to see that.
Well,
We'll get there.
You'll get there in another
Cast
50,
Bloodlance and
50
find out.
episodes when we're back to level 8. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, I rolled a 2,
Are
but I
you
have +4, so okay.
I don't know if I
So you
am.
heal 6.
all right. So
Yeah.
Lily
So that's good.
presses her hand on her own arm, and you feel this invigoration. Your ear stops bleeding, and you gain a little more coherence and cognitive ability. You're just back to your, feeling a little bit better.
Good.
All right,
Now
so
that's it, right? That's all the healing there
yes.
is?
So if any more of us get seriously injured, we're leaving. Period.
Yes, so we have to take a short rest, yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
But outside or further away.
good idea, yes.
Does anybody
All
have a healing kit or a medical kit?
No,
I can spit on it.
I'm literally 2 weeks out from being a librarian right now.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. No plan. Let's go.
No
So-
plan.
Right. So
Is there anything else of use in this room? Did we thoroughly loot it?
it certainly
feels
looks
like
that
it.
way. There's a lot of garbage. There's tufts of meat on sticks. It's kind of stinky and smelly in here. It looks to be rat meat, by the way, on the sticks
Go
that
ahead
they've
if
been
you want.
eating. So there's not much else in here.
There's a cup for everyone.
There are pretty cups,
All right.
pretty plates,
Well,
pretty bowls.
So, question: do we go and investigate the darkness, or do we continue on and into the next room to the right, to the east?
What's this darkness about?
So, across the waterway, do you remember how the water swept you away ago?
I very
the last
much
time?
remember that. Yep.
Yeah, so across the waterway, down that tunnel, there is a dark area that my vision cannot pierce. In other words, it's like James' spell, the one that creates magical darkness.
Is it sloppy guts?
I don't know.
I don't think
James,
so.
do you feel your patron? Is he here?
I mean,
Give him a
No.
call.
well, let's be careful about that because I have to remind you that, at least as far as I know, at this moment, Shothragot does not know I exist.
All right, then let's just leave it.
Yep.
He doesn't really find, or it doesn't really find out what I'm doing. For a bit.
Well, this is what we can do. we can send Ferdinand or Digit, or I can throw something into it, and we can at least,
No, we
see what's
can
going on.
use Digit again to carry a rope across, and I can tie it off on the other side. It's fine.
Yeah.
It worked before.
I
It should work
hand
now.
my rope to James, and then I'm going to stealth down the tunnel to the east to see or hear what I can see and hear.
I'll Fahima, can you help me see back up towards the waterway? Yes.
All right. So, Civ, you can roll me a stealth check. You have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Lambent Zerker.
And Lily, while Cyril's doing his thing, I just want to be clear. This means go. This means don't go.
Well, that's not what I was saying. I was saying I understand what you're saying.
That would be
Don't
okay.
go.
This is that one.
Okay, but wouldn't you still take that as go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, so how far down this to the right are you wanting to go?
I want to at least peer into that room, and I definitely want to listen down that direction.
All right, so as you get around this corner all the way to the right, Mapper, we move Civ all the way to the...
And I got my kobold bow out with an arrow knocked.
Yeah. You can eliminate the fog of war there, and we can see into that room there is another kobold. This seems to be sort of the butchering area of the
Rats?
the rats.
So this is like a meat processing area?
Basically, yeah, they're living and feeding themselves, and you see a kobold standing with his back to you, kind of working away, chopping up some rat meat. And one of the things that seems pretty peculiar about this is that all the commotion, all the noise, all the yelling that's happened so far, this kobold is still just sort of happily going along.
That's really weird. What else do I see in the room?
It is. There's a couple of tables. There's blood. Mapper, we can take a look at it if you want with the remove the fog of war there on that room. There are. Yeah. So there's one kobold standing at the table on the left with his back to you, and.
Whoa.
There we go. Standing at that table on the left. Perfect. And kind of just working away, chopping up. There's a couple of tables in there. It seems to, like, for lack of a better word, this is the kitchen. It's crude and it is haphazard, but it is the area where they kind of chop up all the meat. There's blood on the floor. It's kind of gruesome, but it's home for some kobolds.
What do I see directly east down that hallway?
That hallway ends at a door, a wall with a door that goes from floor to ceiling. Very tall, very ornate, not ornate, but just solid looking.
All right, I'll sneak back.
Okay. Civ returns to the group. What else? What was everybody else doing?
Fahima and I were heading up towards the water. She was
All right.
leading
So
the
as
way,
you get to the edge there, the scene is unchanged. You see stalactites and stalagmites across. You see this strange darkness, and you see a lot of flowing water.
Great. So I see something across the way that I can tie off a rope onto with my mage hand.
Yes.
Okay, then that's what I will do. I will cast mage hand.
All right.
Buddy.
So your disembodied digit comes out, emerges, manifests from your casting, picks up the rope, flies across this gushing water underneath it that is kind of flowing down this cavern way here, and finds purchase at a stalagmite, wraps the rope around it and ties a knot, and gives you a little wave when it's done.
How far beyond it does the darkness start, by the way?
It sort of starts right around as the pathway bends to the right. You see this darkness kind of envelop.
Okay.
Would it be treacherous? Does it look dangerous for us to be crossing with this rope, or manageable?
Well, the water is gushing pretty rapidly, yeah.
Okay, so it does look dangerous.
We'd have to be careful. Okay. Oh boy. All right. So I'll tie off the rope on this side as well. So it's basically like a taut rope.
James,
Yes.
what are the possibilities of this darkness? Magical darkness as protection, as a deterrent, as hiding something. Hopefully that's probably the safest option.
That's probably That's probably one of those things. I mean,
Is there any possibility that this darkness exists and it won't hurt us?
Yes. It's possible there's something being hidden in there that's not aggressive or I don't know.
And have you ever heard of a magical darkness that could hurt you upon contact? Because I haven't.
I mean, well, the Hunger of Hadar spell that I cast is a kind of magical darkness, and it does hurt you if you're...
But that sort of has a...
It does.
Right, like a movement to it.
Right, it does.
Is this dark cloud, Jeff? It's not as dark as darkness, right? We can kind of see through it a little bit.
No, that's incorrect. And it's not a cloud. It seems as if it just gets strangely, intensely dark. And you cannot see, even with dark vision, you can't quite see through it.
Not at all. It's very curious, and that was not there before. But I hear you. We should be cautious.
Well, the only other option is what? To go to the door?
Yes, the door.
Which we've been to before.
We have. Okay.
Well, if we're going to decide that we're doing this, no plan, then I guess we should just do it with no fear.
I guess maybe we're not the best ones to cross the rope. I'm not the strongest.
I'll go. So if I do this hand sign, I make you feel like, wait a second.
No, that looked like you're thinking about something.
Okay, you tell me with your hands.
Yeah.
I understand you, but don't do that. No, but then at this you attack.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? I don't know. Oh.
And
Stop. But then that means. But okay, if I'm putting myself in your shoes, this means stop. But then go kill them.
That's true. Okay, so then just stop and no. That's
it all ends in death.
So I think what we're deciding here and realizing is that it doesn't matter. I'm always gonna kill something.
Okay, well at least we're on the same page.
I thought we were on the page before. Were we never not on the same page with me always killing something?
Well, when I did a thumbs up, that wasn't what I was intending.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It was a
But I killed them all.
You did. It was great.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you can't see what I see.
Yeah. Should we go meet up with the rest of the group?
Yeah, what are they doing?
I don't know. Let's go find out.
Okay.
Jeff, I'll pull out my sling and and put a rock into it and sling a rock at the darkness.
Your rock goes flying across the gap where the water is gushing and into darkness.
I produce flame and I'll throw that into it.
You produce flame and throw it?
Yeah, you can do that with produce flame.
I just don't want to be as aggressive as a firebolt. I'm just like tossing some flame.
Makes sense.
You're tossing a flame
into the darkness, yeah.
40 feet
like
into
a
the
little-
darkness. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35,
This is
40.
30. This is a 30-foot range, so maybe I do have to do a firebolt.
5,
Okay, I'll
10,
do
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 get you across.
Oh, it's a 40-foot gap?
Yeah,
No.
look at the squares.
Oh,
From where you're standing, 5, 10, 15,
5,
20, 25, 30, 35 feet, 40 gets you right across it.
Well, I can go up to the edge.
Yeah, see.
Well, whatever. I'll do a firebolt regardless, just to make sure it goes into the darkness.
Okay, so you see this firebolt manifest in your hands and go hurling across the surface of the water and into the darkness, and you see illumination, the illumination of the fire enveloped by the blackness.
Okay. Didn't instigate any kind of response that we noticed?
no.
Any sounds?
No, all you hear rushing water in front of you.
Okay, and is the length of the rope 30 feet from one side to the other, from edge to edge?
You have it tied to yourself or to the
rocks? No.
I guess
rocks.
I'm just wondering how far we would need to balance, or
I don't
pull
understand why
ourselves.
you wouldn't just put it on yourself. Oh, I guess you're gonna walk over it like a tightrope walker.
Oh,
Or pull
that's a good
ourselves,
idea.
right?
No, what we did last time was we crawled and we did like the hand over hand thing.
Yeah, that.
with our
Sure,
legs
yeah.
locked around it.
Yeah, regardless, like an army pole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is an army thing. Yeah.
All right.
All right, is that what we're doing?
doing? I'll try it.
Am
All
I
right.
there yet? Am I
Yes,
back?
I would. Come.
If it's
I mean, I
30
don't know.
feet,
You tell me.
Yes.
it's
I said I was
30
going
feet.
back to the group, but then a
Right.
lot of stuff happened since then.
I mean, a lot of nothing has happened.
Okay, so when I get there, I'm going to say, hold on. There's another kobold in that other room. He's chopping up rat or something to eat, I'm assuming. But he didn't come into the room when Uggo raged and killed his friends, which is very odd. Making me
Why
think
is that odd?
Well,
'Cause he
if you
didn't-
heard your friends being slain in the other room, don't you think you would either run away or come and see what's going on?
Of course. So if he didn't do that, he's either dumb or deaf.
Right. So that's
Right.
what I'm thinking, is that there might be something else at play here.
Oh, you mean that's what? Okay, you mean that's what's odd.
Right.
Never mind.
Yes.
I understand.
So I think we should investigate the darkness. I do. I also thought perhaps because it's just one kobold alone that we could try to question it if it's not deaf, like Uggo just said.
That's. a
Do
really
any
good
of you
idea.
speak kobold, whatever they speak?
I believe they speak Draconic.
That's correct.
I can speak Draconic, or I could use Awakened Mind. Can again, as long as they understand any language, I can speak to them.
So do we want to question it before we go and investigate the darkness?
I think that's wise.
That's a good idea. Okay, yes, that's a
Let's
very
do
good
it.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's sorry. Real quick question for you. The gap here. It seems like somewhere it's almost 15 feet or a little over 15 feet wide.
Like 20 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I see one where there's a rock right at the edge of the square.
Yeah.
That doesn't get you. I mean, you have to get to the where you can stand. But yeah, it's about 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, I would say, right there. Yeah.
Uggo, what are you thinking?
I think I could jump across.
Well, do you want me to get on your back and we'll jump over into the darkness?
Well, I could certainly teleport. That's why I was trying to figure out how far it is.
I don't think can
You
you
could teleport?
Yes.
at first level.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I don't think that's one of the spells you had prepared, but
The encyclopedia is telling me that maybe not, so I don't think you can.
I mean, you have your character sheet, right? What spells on it?
It has but I put that stuff on my first level. It was like a coming up sort of thing. I don't think I can.
Coming
Just
attractions.
kidding. Didn't say that.
Coming
So-
soon.
So we're investigating the darkness before we go and speak to the kobold. Is that what I'm gathering?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
fine.
I was just saying I think I could jump it, but it would be dangerous either way. So
James, why
Yes.
don't you come with me? We'll
Okay,
go and
good.
try to speak to the kobold. If he becomes aggressive, then we'll just kill him if we have to, and then we'll come back.
Okay. Great. Yes.
And then we'll go into the darkness?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Be careful.
All right, which one are we doing first?
I would like to go and question the kobold first in case he tells us something about the darkness. Like, don't go into the darkness, it'll kill you.
Okay. So
Good thinking.
you, Civ is by himself, or who's going with
No,
Civ?
I'm
Civ and
with him.
James.
Yeah.
Okay.
With him.
So two of you go, and again, this dude is just kind of doing his thing. Back to you. What would you like to do?
James, why don't you speak to it? I'll just stand here without any weapons out, and if he gets
Okay.
aggressive, then I'll take him down.
All right. I will call out, "Hello there."
Are you doing this in Draconic or Common?
I'll start in common.
Okay.
There's no response.
Use this.
Yes, with Awakened Mind. You there at the table.
And it turns around and looks and pulls up the hatchet that it's been using to chop things, and it is looking right at you, holding the hatchet up, shaking it at you menacingly.
Hold
I'm
on.
not doing anything unless he attacks.
Hold on. We're not here for you.
You're doing this in common.
No, I'm doing this in Awakened Mind.
Right. So any language, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. You can understand me, and I'm pointing to my head.
And it nods.
Where is the dragon?
And you see its eyes glance down the hallway to the right.
To the
or,
door.
You know, yeah.
Okay.
But it tries to catch itself.
What is in the darkness? Back that way.
It doesn't answer. Looks
I
skitterish.
will try and say something in broken Draconic. It's not something I speak very often, so it's just kind of like trying to speak to let him know that I could understand him if he can talk.
You get the sense that it can't talk.
Okay.
It is able to understand you when you speak in its mind, but it can't communicate back.
How many others?
It makes sounds like.
How many others are here?
Doesn't answer.
All right. I will like basically in his head, you should go now. Let him leave.
And it starts running straight at you, straight between the two of you. Civ, I don't know if you're privy to any of that.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm not.
call out, Uggo, let him by. He's leaving.
Okay, then at that point, I'm going to step out of the way to let him run by.
It runs all the way between you, past you, all the way down out the cave. just hoofing it as far as it can out. It looks as it runs by. It looks in the dining hall and sees corpses and bodies. It runs through the center and sees dead rats. It's just freaking out and running all the way up and out the entrance that you came in.
I hope it doesn't go find more of them.
Yeah.
Well, it can't communicate to them anyway, so I don't know what it
it's
would say.
Not very good at communicating. Is there anything else in the... Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to search the room, so we can both do that.
Anything else in the kitchen?
Not really. There's guts and offal. There's bits and pieces of rats. It's clear that they're chopped up. They're dried in here. They are turned into meals and stews and dried meats. It's pretty much seems to be a pretty singular kind of diet for these creatures.
Great.
All right.
No
meanwhile,
vegetables.
No vegetables. Meanwhile, Uggo and Lily are going to attempt to make this leap.
Yeah, so basically I can jump my strength as long as I move 10 feet first.
You can easily do that.
And my strength is 17. So I don't know if that's going to be enough to clear it all the way, but that's why I was asking. It looked like it was somewhere between 15 and 20.
I mean, the only place that it's 15 feet, it feels like, is right where there's a wall. So you can try, I'll let you give it a shot, but, you miss.
I'll go. I give you Bardic Inspiration and I trust you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good call.
Are you seriously holding on to him when he does this?
Yeah.
There's also a rope connecting two stalactites right next to you, but
You can just take
true.
10. Take 10 and crawl across the rope.
I'll go. Should I crawl across the rope?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to make that jump. It's pretty close. I can jump pretty far, but that looks like it might be right at the edge of it.
Okay.
And I don't want to
Will you lift me up to the rope and I'll meet you over there?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
all right. So you see Lily sort of hand over hand, legs wrapped around the rope, upside down, hand over hand, pulling herself
Wow,
across the
this
rope. and you
cave
get to
is
the other
beautiful
side.
upside down.
I join her as soon as she gets across.
All right.
You're right. It's way prettier up here than when I was way down there.
All right, so both of you are on the other side, and you can see that this is strange darkness that is past that turn. There are stalactites and stalagmites that kind of lead into the mouth of that cave. But as it comes around the corner, it turns into this strange darkness.
All right, how about you get on my back and then I'll get in. I'll walk us in there.
Okay.
I'm following two on the rope.
Because then I will know where you are at all times.
Kahima, are you close behind?
Yeah, I'm following you on the rope.
Okay. All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
Going into the darkness?
Yeah, you might want to hold my hand though.
Don't you think we should wait for Civ and James?
They said they were gonna go handle the kobold and we should go in the darkness.
I think they were gathering intel from the kobold about the darkness before we go into it.
But
Look.
didn't we just make this thing? How it's
We'll
going to
come
know
back.
about the darkness? We blew
Look.
the wall blow up.
Look, this is my argument, all right? We're about to go into magical darkness. If we disappear, how do you think they're going to find us?
By going into the darkness?
We're coming. We're coming. We're coming.
I guess here's my 2 cents: is we're all talking so loud, whatever in the darkness is gonna hear us coming. So
Okay.
I
Okay.
imagine
all
the
right.
big boom probably let them know somebody was here.
can I just
Okay.
like stick my hand in the darkness and see, or like stick my head in?
Yeah, when you stick your hand or your hand or your head in, you can't see anything. It's complete darkness.
Okay, it's just like I close my eyes.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. So yeah, I will start crossing on the rope.
All right, so you managed to get across the rope as well, hand over hand, legs held on.
Fahima, do your flame again. Can you do that?
Yeah.
What happens when you put that in there?
Jeff just wants us to go in.
Something to happen.
I'll walk in with the flame. I'll walk in
We're
with the
all
flame.
level 1. If we're not
so scared.
conservative now,
Yeah.
when
You
are we gonna
literally
be?
almost TPK'd us.
I'm giving you what you want, okay? I'm giving you what you want. I'll walk in with the flame.
Baby steps down the hall. Baby steps. No, it's great. It's great. I understand.
Level
I understand
one.
the caution. I understand
Level
the caution.
1. I should have wrote, and we're level 1 underneath this.
All right. Fahima, roll me a nature check. You have advantage from an old brownie, countered by DM Jeff Kanata.
Thank you both. I hope. Come on, virtual dice. Come on. Why? Why do you hate me so much? I rolled a 12.
A 12. Okay.
And this is for me
I
walking
also
into
am
the
trained in-
darkness.
No,
with my
this is a
flame.
nature check. You are racking your brain as to anything that could be causing darkness inside a cave, and you recall reading stories about something called a dark mantle, which is
Dark
a
mantle.
strange creature that hangs out inside of caves and creates magical darkness around itself. It does seem like something that would potentially be dangerous. They hang out in caves, upside down, in stalactites, and they create magical darkness inside caves.
Yeah, they look like kind of like weird
Squids, almost.
squids.
And
Yeah.
and they attack when provoked.
They
like
attack
any
when you
other
stand underneath
monster?
them. They drop
Yeah.
on your head.
Yeah, and they can shoot out in inky darkness.
Yep.
Are they known
Get out of
to be
here.
guarding something? Do they know? Are they minions of something, or do they just exist as kind
They
of
just
like,
exist.
Okay.
They just
What
hang
do
out
you
in
see?
caves. They eat first level adventurers. That's what they feed on.
I'll turn around and I'll wide eyes. I'll look at my party. All right. Being up close to this, I just remembered a story that I read about a creature called a dark mantle, and I really don't think we should go this way.
Okay, I have an idea. Let's jump into the river.
What?
What?
That's what
No.
Ungo did last time, and then we ended up in that little pond.
But but there was nothing really down there. There's the door. We'll go back to the door. There's the door, and the kobold thinks the dragon is behind the door.
Wait a
Can we go
minute.
to
You
the
want to
door?
go away from this dark mantle thing, but go towards the door, which I can only assume the dragon's at?
yeah, the door we couldn't open. We don't want to go
Well,
through the door.
Well, the last time we were able to use the purple fungi and blow open the door.
I see. Well,
Okay.
if we're going to get the amulet again, we're going to have to
That's
go that
what we
way,
have to
right?
do. That's what we have to do. Let's redirect. Let's focus. Okay.
Well, okay. We don't want to go into the dark.
I don't.
Not if Fahima
if
thinks there's
Fahima's
a
right,
monster.
it sounds dangerous, and I'm not sure. We
The
can
other thing
take-
the other thing you know about dark mantles, Lily or Fahima, is that because they live in the dark, they are completely blind, and they only use echolocation to stalk their prey.
And they're large creatures.
No, they're medium creatures.
Okay.
They're medium creatures.
Yeah.
No,
I agree.
So I'll share that information.
I
Okay, well,
agree
then
with
let's just be
James.
quiet.
If we're just here to get the amulets and that's it, then going this way is just risking our lives needlessly.
Or fate has given us another opportunity to choose a different path.
That's true.
I kind of wish I didn't say that.
All right, so if you know so much about these dark mantles, what can we do to flush it out?
Well,
Can you just shoot a bunch of fire in there and that's going to
We did
draw
that
it
a little
out?
bit.
Because I don't want to fight it inside of magical darkness where it has an advantage and we don't.
my honest opinion is that the only option with these right now, in the state that we're in, is to be obscenely quiet.
Well, I can do
try.
that, but I don't know
Okay.
about the rest of you.
Do you want to go ahead? Do you just want to scout ahead, Civ, and we'll just stay back here?
But if you make one mistake, I don't think that we can beat it. I don't have the answers. I don't know what to do.
Well, we should hurry because I'm afraid there's a dragon in here and it's gonna eat us.
All right, I'll do it. I'm gonna take off my boots. I'm gonna get real low to the ground. I don't even have a dagger out. Actually, I'll put a dagger in my mouth, and I'm going to, like, Mission Impossible style, only along the bottom of the floor, stealth.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
You're rolling a stealth check. You have advantage from the brush of tea, countered by Lambent Zerker.
Come on, dude.
I
Come
can't.
on, dude.
Stealth.
I keep getting counted. No. That would be a 12.
Oh
So as you start moving along the floor of the cave, you are making very little noise until, in the darkness, the magical darkness that has enveloped you, you hit a rock that you don't see. You hit one of the stalactites, and a sound of the rock. And you feel that is
Excuse me.
21 to hit.
Oh, that's gonna hit.
You feel this thing land on you, and you squeal as it does. And it does 6 points of damage.
Awesome.
Jeez.
You feel it land on you with these spikes on your back, and it burns, and you squeal, and then it pulls itself back up into the dark.
I'm
Wow.
running. I'm running back the way I came. There's no way I'm gonna
Okay.
this thing.
So you run back out of the darkness, blood dripping from your neck and shoulders, your back where it landed on you, and as you emerge from this darkness, your friends see you bleeding and panting.
Okay, I take it that didn't go well. Are you okay?
no. Let's go.
No, we
Fatima,
can't go that way.
Do you remember? Do they create the darkness themselves, or does it emanate from them, or is it like, is there any drawing them out of it?
Jeff, I'm getting the impression they're just made of this, right?
Not at all. No, they do create
No?
it. They create it.
And it comes in it.
doesn't know.
It's so basically it's like a almost it follows them wherever they go.
That's right.
What do they
Forget
look
this.
like?
Let's get out of here. No way.
Unless the rest of you just want to start launching spells into the darkness, I say we leave.
All right, so let's get the mushrooms and blow open the door again, right?
Yes.
Fast as we can.
Okay, I'll go back
Okay.
over the rope and go grab the mushrooms while they're coming back.
All right. So as you approach the purplish, I don't know, the way that the path moves into that purplish area, you kind of, Lily, you're just kind of walking normally toward that. Mm-hmm. As you move into that area, you see up ahead in all of that extraordinary purple mushroom fungus, all glowing, this strange aura kind of oozing this strange this strange purplish substance that's kind of like it's almost a scent. It's almost spores that are kind of coming off of these mushrooms and mushroom caps, you see a giant rat, with its back to you, eating, just eating away, feeding on this stuff, and the glow is all around the rat itself, and it's just feeding away with not a care in the world, pulling off morsels of mushroom caps and this fungi and chewing on it happily.
I back away. Slowly, quietly.
Okay.
Back to the group.
Okay.
Was she able to get any of the mushrooms, or did she just have to back away before that happened?
I mean, you can try to get close enough to get some of the mushrooms, but you are worried that...
The rat's
like right in the entrance, right?
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's already eaten the mushrooms, so it's going to explode if we hit it. All right.
Remember that from last time.
Hit it from here. Just hit it from here.
It might cause the whole room to go up.
We have to
Why
do
don't we
something.
just use it as a thing to throw at the door?
Can someone pick up the rat?
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Have-
Oh, I don't have any spell slots. I can't
It's
do anything.
going to attack us if we try to capture it.
And I will pick it up and throw it at the door
And it
Okay.
will explode.
when it hits the door.
And possibly before that.
Okay,
I
if
don't know.
we're not hostile, I can try and befriend it.
Oh.
That actually makes more sense.
Non-violent solution. I did not
And
consider
then-
that.
Well, unfortunately, the dark side of this is that, and then we befriend it and then throw it at the door.
Right.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm very okay with that.
Okay,
I'm okay
I'll
with
do it
that.
again. I'm going back.
I feel conflicted about that.
How
I
are you
did
planning
too,
on?
Theme.
How are you planning on befriending it?
I have this jerky that I got from the first room.
Isn't
please be
that rat
careful.
jerky?
It doesn't know that.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, it is a rat.
Okay, please be careful. I
Okay.
don't know if I. Okay.
And I
So-
just want to say, I
Hold
also.
on. Jeff, nature, will rats eat its own meat? Will, like, nature check?
Roll me a nature check. We'll find out.
Are they cannibalistic?
You know what? I have a wedge of stinky cheese from Mr. Whispers. I'll give that to Lily so
go.
she can use that instead of using rat jerky on the rat.
9.
9. You had advantage from Goofus McDorkle, countered by DM Jeff Kanata. And 9, you're not really sure if they would eat it. You know that rats eat lots of stuff, but you're not sure if they would eat
Yeah.
rat.
I
It's a nice
literally have a wedge of stinky cheese for a mouse. I give it to
you
Lily
go.
so that she can use it.
Love it.
Okay. So I'll go up and I'll like keep my distance, and then I'm gonna cast Friends.
Wow, I think it doesn't have to be on a humanoid. I think it has to be on a humanoid. You're talking about charm person?
No, Friends.
Oh,
Friends.
It's a cantrip.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If she
It's
fails,
just a creature of my choice that isn't hostile towards me.
Great.
So I'm trying to
Yeah.
be like, we're not
Wonderful.
hostile yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
But it only lasts for a minute.
plenty of
Sure.
time.
Jeff, I'm
Yes,
gonna
ma'am.
back her up by just being 5 feet from her, just
Okay.
in case the rat decides to start charging her.
Love it. Love it.
So
I
it's a
will
saving throw,
also,
right?
Yeah,
I'll
is that
also
what, it's a
assist-
saving throw? Is that right, Lily?
I don't even think it is. I haven't used this spell in so long.
It is. Yeah.
I'm sure it gets a saving throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the cantrip, right?
Yeah, but I just have the
Oh
card.
no,
up.
she has
It
advantage
doesn't-
on all charisma checks
Yeah.
directed at one creature of your choice that isn't hostile
yeah.
towards you. So
It
no,
doesn't
there
say
is no
there's no
save.
savings throw.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, animal handling is charisma, right? Yeah. Animal handling check.
No, animal handling
No,
wisdom.
it's
but-
wisdom.
Wisdom. You're right.
So
Spell ends. Creature realizes the music acts to influence mood and becomes hostile towards you. Creature prone to violence may
Persuasion?
attack you. I mean, you can try to sing in a song or something if you want to use
Okay.
a charisma check.
She does have a flute.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
So I'll play a little flute.
Little Pied
Have a
Piper.
cheese
Little Pied
out in
Piper
my
action.
hand.
I love this plan. What
Okay.
could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? I'm gonna keep my distance because I know this rat might explode.
I love
from
this
previous
plan.
experience.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay. What did we say the check was?
You're doing a performance check, right?
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, great. This is great.
And you're
okay.
holding cheese and playing your flute. I love this so much.
And Captain
I'm
Prince.
doing a one-handed flute song.
Well, you've done
Holding
no-handed flutes. You've done no mouthed flute songs before. So
That's true.
And I'll do a little flute to get its attention.
you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay, countered by Grim Faded on your performance check.
Okay, I still got a
But you still have advantage
26.
from the friends
Spell, yeah.
spell.
26.
26. Classic Lily. I love it. As it's eating away. As
Why
it's
we
chomping
fight
away
anything
I
beyond
know.
me? We are
Chomping
so much
away
better
on
at
this-
talking.
on this on these glowing purple mushroom caps. It turns and it looks and it hears the song and you see its head turn strangely, and you're holding the cheese and playing your flute. And it starts moving towards you curiously, trying to figure out what is going on.
And I'll sing my original death song, which was look me in the eye, I see you die. Never look Lily in the eye. Look me in the face, it's a big mistake. 'Cause when you see me, your life I take. And then I'll hold out the cheese, knowing very well that this rat can't understand what I'm
Oh
saying.
my god.
So perfect for the song for this moment. And it comes up to you, it approaches and starts pulling at the cheese in your hand, trying to get it. And as it's close to you, you see its fur is buzzing, it's humming with this purplish energy, this volatile purplish energy that's kind of buzzing and humming all around it.
So knowing that the spell only lasts a minute, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of ration, so like one hand with the cheese,
Quickly.
and move backwards. So basically, I'm going to dash my way to
Hansel
that
and
door.
Gretel it.
Yeah, I'm going to Hansel and Gretel this mouse to the door, where we know
Okay.
the door is down that hallway.
Let me know when you want me to throw
walking
it.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
the
ready.
hands.
I'm ready
I don't-
whenever.
Okay.
Just use your mouth. He can hear. It's fine.
Okay.
And this
Okay.
it's
And I'm
a long
keeping
way.
a smile as I'm talking to everything.
It's a long way. I love it.
It is a long way.
It is still going. I mean, I think you can get there in a minute, right? You get to move.
yeah.
You get to
Yeah.
move 25 feet every 6 seconds, so that's 250
Well,
feet.
if I'm dashing,
Oh, you're dashing. Yeah, yeah.
I can do 50
Well, I don't know if
feet.
you want to run away from this thing.
No,
You're
that's true.
moving
yeah. 25
backward.
feet. I'm going to play it cool.
Yeah, it is steady as she goes. Slow and steady wins the race. You are moving backwards, holding this bit of cheese, still humming your song, and this
Wait for it,
rat-
I'll go.
This
Wait
rat
for it.
is tranced. It wants the cheese. It's been down here. It's never had anything so delicious as cheese before. And
Look her in the eyes and you will die.
Never look Lily in
In
the
the eyes.
eyes.
I'm gonna pick you up and throw you at the wall.
all of you, as Lily
And then the
passes,
end will be the end of it all.
as Lily passes with the cheese, backing up with the rat, all of you sort of fall in behind the rat, moving slowly. This pack of you, as the rat kind of gets closer and sniffs at the cheese a bit and takes a little bite, and Lily pulls it back, and you're all sort of moving as a group all the way to the edge. When you get to this, you're very close to this very large, impressive door.
Okay, so I'm gonna wedge some cheese when we get there under the door. Okay.
Yeah.
So and then I'm gonna kind of like wedge it and then move around the rat cautiously so it has a bunch of cheese, the rest of the cheese and the rat jerky, just as frosting on the cake.
Okay. And Lily, get out of that. Get away. Get
Yes,
away.
I do. Yes.
Yeah, when she
All
gets
right.
away from the door, I think Uggo and I are gonna end this thing.
So Lily's still singing, puts the cheese under the door. The rat immediately goes and starts, biting and chewing on the cheese and having a great time. And it looks back at you, Lily, and it seems so pleased. Right as Siv and Uggo unleash a volley of destruction at this thing. I'm assuming arrows
Yeah.
and what, hand axes or javelins?
Yep.
What is it, Uggo?
Whatever.
Hand axe. So a
Whatever.
hand axe
Hand
comes
axe.
flying out, an arrow comes flying out, and this thing's eyes gets wide. A morsel of cheese falls out of its mouth, and it just goes boom, boom, and it explodes with this volatile energy. And the whole door, the whole back of the door starts. There it goes, kaboom! The whole door rattles and shakes and blows off its hinges, and this massive door comes falling forward, boom, on the ground.
It's gonna
What
know
were
we're
made out
here.
of? Was it wooden?
I
It
forgot.
seemed to be seemed to be a magical element to how that door was sealed. It did not seem to be entirely just wooden or entirely just a simple door. It seemed to be, as you remember from the first time you were here, there was something strange and impassable about that door. But you have blown it to smithereens, just literally blown it off its hinges. And Map Room, we can open up the next area.
I forgot how awful it was to see someone die while looking in their eyes, and that was what the whole lesson was of this initial dungeon.
That was the whole song.
It happened multiple times to you.
All right. So you see this open area that leads out into sort of this, you can't quite see past where the door fell off, but it seems to have this big, broad, overhanging balcony area. And you remember that from when you were in there when you got the amulet the first time. This is the room where you found it.
Right.
Jeff, is that area that to the left when we enter that room, is it caved in like it was before?
You guys are entering the room onto the balcony, right?
Oh, I figure we opened the door. I figured we were going in.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just describe that for you. You walk out on a stone balcony overlooking a large round pit. And as you enter this room, you feel the temperature rise sharply. The room is much warmer than the rest of the cave. Bright, warm sunlight hits you as you step out beyond the doorway. As you stand on this stone overhang, this balcony jutting out from the wall, hovering over this large room, you can look above and below you. Above, intense rays of sunshine beam down, clearly the source of the heat in the room. There seems to be some sort of opening high above that reaches up to the sky. There must be, because the sunlight is streaming in intensely, illuminating this entire area in rich, warm light. You can feel it warm your skin. Below, the room is filled with treasure. Gold and silver, diamonds and rubies. All of it glistens and sparkles in the sunlight. But the biggest feature of this room, in the center of this room, in the center of all that treasure, is the most enormous, ancient-looking dragon you have ever seen. It dwarfs even the dragons you fought when you were wardens. More importantly, it is not either of those dragons. It is something quite different. A gargantuan, cragged creature that must be hundreds, thousands of years old. It's difficult to describe. Perhaps we should just take a look at it in the map room.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're dead.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That
What?
is what you see in front of you.
Is it made of stone? Does it look like it's made of stone?
No, it looks like it is just this cragged body. You stand there in awe, looking at it, taking it in.
Breathing?
Your breath catches in your throat as you attempt to comprehend the presence of this astonishing, otherworldly creature. It is fearsome and incredible and overwhelming, and it begins to move. As you stand there overlooking this pit filled with a dragon, you perceive its jagged, plated skin start to shift, the enormous muscles beneath flexing and tightening to lift its colossal frame. Its head turns, rises, and meets your gaze. Long, rigid spikes protrude from its enormous skull, like crags and mountains formed through the weathering of countless lifetimes. You can feel its thick, heavy breath, even over the distance between you, and there's a quality to that breath that is disorienting. Its eyes meet yours, and there is something familiar about them, something known. A vast intelligence, to be sure, but you recognize something too, something you can't place. Behemoth and James, please roll me history checks. James, you have advantage from Captain Critical, countered by Grim Fated. Behemoth, you have advantage from Ashjor.
Ron, can I use your dice?
Yes.
16. Or I'm sorry, you said history?
You want me to roll
Yeah,
a 20
history.
for you?
Rough night.
That's. I mean, I rewatched episode 1, and I don't think I rolled above like a 10 on any of my dice rolls. It was just brutal.
God,
What did you get, Fema?
10.
And you got
16.
what? 16.
Yeah.
All right. As you guys step out onto this balcony, onto this stone outcropping, and this thing rises up into your vision and meets your gaze. Fahima, you are gobsmacked, all of you gobsmacked by this incredible sight. You've seen nothing like it. James, there is something that sparks in your memory, some tinge of something you read about, something written about in the Nightstone Abbey's library, a book somewhere theorized about, a wild, improbable speculation that seems to add up to the thing before you. You never believed a creature like this could actually exist, but it seems, based on this wild speculation, it seems you might be looking at a chrono dragon.
What?
Then it speaks.
It can't be.
Well,
What?
that was quite the entrance.
Hello?
I rather liked that door.
I'm very sorry.
Sorry.
We can fix it.
I weirdly curtsy because I don't know what else to do.
It's just a door.
I'll go.
What?
Respect.
Oh, I respect them. Trust me. I'm just saying, it's a door. You can replace that.
Okay.
Heroes of Bingle. I suppose you have questions.
Are you a chrono dragon?
Yes. My name is Nezeron.
Hello?
What?
No Nizaron.
No Nizaron?
Jeff, religion?
You can roll it. You have advantage from ages 13, countered by Grim Fated.
15.
15, religion check. There is something about this thing that is vast, infinite, eternal. You
Do you
are.
know that we are the heroes of Bingle?
Yeah. There's nothing that is specifically religious other than it feels like a religious moment right now.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. But nothing like the history of religion or what I know of religion indicates that this creature is known in that context.
No.
Gotcha. Are you a god?
We're not the heroes of Bingle yet.
No.
Do you know what comes in the future?
Sometimes.
We can ask you anything? Anything in the world?
Yes.
Where is Conroy Tig?
At this moment,
Yes.
traveling west.
Where?
He's safe now.
Where is the Secret Keeper's amulet?
Yes, the question. Time. It is the flow of inevitable events between decisions. decisions that shape those events, mold them, form them into specific lines between those decision points. Lines that have been forged, set, written into history, and can thus be revisited. But change those decisions, remap those points, and new pathways, new lines of time are redrawn, both in front of and behind those inflection points. Events that have already been experienced and ones yet to come, both abandoned, lost, changed in the flow of time. But the catalyst for that change, the stimulant that causes the rewrite, remains. And right now, thanks to your decision, you are that spark. You are the only vestige of an entirely erased pathway. You five, the only data points shared between two mutually exclusive lines of time. And because the five of you made the same decision, you're all in the same new pathway. Had any one of you made a different decision, you would be on your own pathway, experiencing a different result. But since all of you five spoke as one, you all share this reality. Your choice was at a very powerful inflection point. Save the boy, or let them take him. Let me tell you what actually happened because of your decision. Let me tell you the lines that were redrawn. Let me explain the choice you really made 22 years ago.
Do we...
Yes, please.
You saved the boy. And you delivered Chomel safely to the island of Bingle.
What
He
about...
never sees his mother again because he is raised on Bingle in the care of the Dumblestucks. Lily, you are born shortly after Chomel arrives. You grow up with him as a brother, the big brother of 7 sisters. As he gets older, his natural aptitude to combat and leadership flourishes. He hunts and works on the island, and eventually helps young Prim learn about weapons, which she loves and takes to right away. It is her foster brother who starts her on that path, not Civ. She never meets Civ. He never comes to the island of Bingle, never gives her a dagger or teaches her how to mix bombs, never inspires her to become a great adventurer. All that she learns from Chomel. And Lily, when you leave Bingle for the first time to become an adventurer yourself, Chomel is there to see you off. Your big brother to send you off into the world, when he goes to hug you that last time, he whispers in your ear that he gave you a gift, an inscription on your flute before you left, something to bring you luck, something to remember him by. Go on, look at it now.
Can I roll an insight check?
Yes. You have advantage from the brush of tea, countered by Chef Scott 68.
I'll look at the flute.
All right, Siv.
Dang it. 6.
This creature is a mystery to you. Overwhelming. Immense.
I'm going to hold Fahima's hand.
Lily, as you look at your flute, you see a etching on the side of it. You pull out this flute, the first flute, the original flute, the one that you lost. But this time, there is something different, an etching on it. An etching that reads, Ugo the Brave.
Oh, God.
You had no idea then who that was, or why it was important to Chomel. But it always reminded you of him. When you leave Bingle, you journey to Kippelturn, as do all of you. But Filt never puts up a sign advertising for adventurers. Never thinks of coming into this place as just a simple dungeon run, because he never sees the dragon leave its lair. Because Chomel never becomes Yon Mo. He never meets the Ashen Mage, never helps her negotiate a scale pact with the Sun Dragon, and thus the Sun Dragon is never called out of its makeshift lair, so it does not leave. You don't come, and the Secret Keeper's amulet remains right here, in this very spot, still guarded by the Sun Dragon. Yes, I should have mentioned this is not my lair. I am merely borrowing it for a time. But of course, if the Sun Dragon is never summoned by the Ashen Mage, then Filt has not found an abandoned dragon's lair. So he never sees the opportunity for a simple dungeon run, and never needs to post a sign. Which means none of you see that sign. Which means none of you meet one another. Ever. You don't take the amulet into the inn at the Gentle Oak. Which means the kobolds never attack it. Ripples. Change pathways. Raw the barkeep does not die. Dufo Hymns does not die. Suff, the wizard's apprentice, does not die. Diphtha, the sky child, is never rescued. The changes go on and on.
No meep.
Does the Ashen Mage team up with another leader? Does she still carry out her plans even without Chomel? Do the wardens still need to be rescued? Perhaps. Perhaps other characters from other places are pulled into that adventure. It is not for you to know.
I'm looking
Now,
at. Can I look around the room to see if there's anything that's odd or out of place, or that would remind me of something that we saw in the past?
The first time you were here, there was no treasure in here. There was simply a thing trapped in crystal that you found in a corner. This room is full of treasure. And the dragon, this incredible creature, is on top of it.
So if we shouldn't be here right now, what is this? What is this moment?
oh, it gets worse. Now, your memory of the previous version of this pathway remains. The five of you recall being the Heroes of Bingle.
Yes.
I saw your reaction when I used that moniker. But in time, if your data point remains on this pathway alone, that memory will fade, and everything you were will be gone. Forgotten by you, forgotten by your enemies, and never known by anyone else in your new reality. Even your ability to use any of your previous knowledge to your advantage, to save lives or right wrongs, all of it will disappear in the blink of an eye. You will not remember anything. Civ, Red Thistle. You will not remember the redemption of love, or the kiss. Fahima Taig, you will not remember discovering your potential, and you will not remember Meep. James Quillis, you will not remember the reveal of your truth and the acceptance of your friends. Ago, Rage Fist, you will not remember the discovery of the candle and the oath of the family. And Lily Dumblestack, you will not remember saving your home or becoming the Heroes of Bingle. None of it. It is not just that the Heroes of Bingle will cease to be. It is that they will cease to ever have been. You can imagine it in your mind. This tendril, this ever-flowing stream of time. It is almost alive, spinning and sparking with characters and tales. It will be like shutting down this live stream, turning it off. If another begins in its place, it may be very different. And if there happens to be anyone observing this stream of time, it may anger them, frustrate them, break their hearts. I have shown you an example. This event, your simple dungeon run, where it all started, all of you together for the very first time. A memorable event. Yet as you repeated it, you struggled to remember it. The details, the changes, there is no record of it. That time stream does not exist. Even to the Watchers, it is impossible to witness. But now, it will all be gone. Everything you built, everything you learned, everything you said, everything you felt.
Is there no alternative?
Having experienced what it's like to start over, and knowing how much you lose, was it worth it to save the boy? The boy who would grow up to attack you and the ones you love. I asked you all individually before. I had to see. The Watchers had to see. You had to see what you're made of. What being a hero means to this team. What being a team means to these heroes. And you were united. Every link in your chain connected. So here we are, on the precipice of oblivion. But you ask for something to be done. If given the opportunity now, would you change your choice? I ask you, not as individuals, but as a team, knowing what you know, knowing what it really means, would you still save the boy or let them take him?
I look at the four of you.
Do I see the amulet in the room?
You do not.
Lily.
You disgust me.
I'll go.
You play with lives like they mean nothing.
Well,
Saving one boy's life, destroying everyone else's. You made this happen.
What?
You have this power, and you put it in our hands.
I merely asked you a question.
Yes, you merely asked a question. And yet here we are. I did not do this. I did not cause magics to make time different. You did!
I had to know. You had to know. It may comfort you to also know that I am dead. In this time, in this moment, in this inflection point. But I ask you again, as a team, would you like to change your choice?
Will it? If we change our choice, will it go back on the timeline that we knew? Will it go back on the time that brought us here?
Yes.
It will allow us. Bingle will still be attacked by Yon Mo, but it will allow us to stop him in the Deep Reef and to save Bingle and to save the Dumblestocks.
What happens to Braca in this line?
That is not for me to tell.
Of course.
If we save boy, Lily's whole family is saved.
We saved
that
her
against
family. We
knowing each
saved her
other?
family anyway, but Bingle was still attacked.
But there's still piles of dead bodies at the bottom of the sea.
Yes.
Those are all people with families. Stories of their own.
Yes.
He's not telling us everything.
No, he's not. He can't. It's too much.
We are playthings.
Ugo, you're not going to get through this by getting angry at him. Is this negotiable, or is this one or the other?
You asked if there was any recourse. I am offering you the option to change your choice.
What if we don't all agree? What
And
if
you
one of
don't all
us...
agree.
Does that mean some of us would remain in this timeline and the others would go back?
An interesting question.
Will we remember what happened in the past? Will we know of Chomel and Choron and Baojai?
Yes.
Will we remember you?
Oh, yes.
But he'll be dead.
Not if we go back.
Where do we end up if we choose the other way? Where do we wake up? Here? We stay here?
Back there?
Your choice is based on the information you know now.
Lily,
The
say something,
Watchers
please.
want to know. I want to know. What are you made of?
Lily, please, say something.
I can't answer this question for us. I'm being asked to choose between killing a majority of Bingle or remembering you, some of the greatest friends I've ever known. And as much as I don't want to give that up, I'm literally being told that if I make the other choice, that island dies. And it's my fault.
But you still go out on an adventure.
Yes, but I
We all
kill
do.
thousands, hundreds of people. It's a small island, not thousands.
No, if Chomel, if you choose the timeline where he's your brother, you still leave on an adventure. We just don't meet each other necessarily. And like he said, there could be other adventurers who take our place, and honestly, if we are heroes, then the only thing that we should care about is the betterment of the world and saving people, innocent people. And if it's other adventurers who do that, then so be it. We'll grow and learn on our own, and maybe we'll find each other if it's destiny somewhere else.
You're
I asked you
forgetting the
this
Ashen Mage. She still
question.
exists in this timeline. And if we don't remember, then there won't be anyone to stop her.
No, that's not necessarily true. They were just saying that there could be other adventurers who take our place.
Is that true, Chrono Dragon?
As I said, that is not for you to know.
I say we give up the boy then. At least then we know exactly what transpires. But if we stay here, then we're just guessing. We're all going to forget one another. And the Ashen Mage could do something far worse than what she already has been doing.
At least then we'd have the knowledge as a weapon to go forward and do something.
I don't like it, but that's where I stand.
I think it's destiny no matter what we choose, that we find the wardens. I do. I think it's in us. I think it's possible that we could save Bingle, and destiny would bring us together again.
He just told us we'd never meet each other.
And
Never.
we'll forget everything.
The Secret Keeper's amulet won't be here. We won't get it. Whoever comes to try to find it will probably get eaten by the gold dragon. And that's the greatest weapon there is to stopping the Ashen Mage. And maybe that's the key. Maybe the amulet is the key. Because if it stays here, in the possession of the gold dragon, then it can't possibly be put to use. And the wardens are left vulnerable to whatever the Ashen Mage wants to do to them.
Were you the one who asked us the question?
Yes.
Why would you ask us the question and have us go through this only to answer it again?
I wanted you to make sure you knew what you were answering.
But we still don't.
At the time when he asked the question, I thought there was still a chance that we might be able to save him somehow, or
Agreed.
save Choron or Baojai.
As did I.
He's saying that it's one or the other, which is not what I knew when I answered the question the first time. I also wanted to know if I was going to lose any of you, which is why I asked if the ships had docked and how dangerous the odds were. Now I know. I would lose all of you.
What happens to me? What happens to Shothragot?
Shothragot. Well, without the amulet, James Quillis, you remain a nobody beneath its notice.
There are worse fates. But I'd be alone. I wouldn't have the four of you. Listen,
This choice is not ours.
I think it is.
No.
Normally it's not, but we're given it right now, which is a gift.
We're flipping a coin.
No! I will not flip a coin on my fate.
That's exactly what he's asking us to do.
No, they are giving us a choice.
Choice A or choice B, which is exactly flipping a coin.
it's not.
Well, normally you only get the one.
Because he's told us all of the consequences of one if we get heads. to
We
use
kill
them.
people we know, or other people we don't know die. Is essentially what he's telling us now. Either we decimate Lily and her future, or we don't know each other. Honestly,
Lily?
if I had a choice between knowing all of you and saving everyone that Lily loves,
That is the choice.
Lily looks at Uggo. Uggo looks at Lily.
I was waiting for it.
I'll look at you too.
I promised you a life debt. And it still stands. And a life debt to you is a life debt to everyone you love. I am with you, Lily Dumblestock, but if it means that I must give up my family to save yours, I will do that.
I have an idea. Okay? We give up the boy. Go back. And yes, Lily, your family, the island will perish. But I was born of an impossibility. I was born of something that shouldn't have happened. I exist because of that. I will make it my life's mission to achieve the wish spell. And I will wish whatever it takes to save those people. It can happen. I've heard of it. I know I can do it. It'll take a long time, and it'll hurt. But that's a promise I can make.
What is your answer?
If nobody says anything, I turn to the Chrono Dragon and say, hand over the boy.
Curious.
I speak for myself.
A change of heart. Interesting. Think about that as you move forward. The heroes of the Ariat Age made the same decision under very different circumstances to sacrifice their identities, to give up everything they had been, everything they knew, everyone they loved in an instant, to save lives. You lived their moment of sacrifice through their eyes. You observed it. Perhaps you even had some concept of what it meant to them. But now, you truly understand it. The weight of that choice. The regret you feel. Your desire to change your decision. Think about how desperate you might be. What measures you might go to make the other choice. Perhaps you will empathize with one who had the same misgivings. Regrets are not near so easy to erase. Lucky for you, this decision was never yours to make. Now that we all know where you stand and what you stand for, we have the knowledge we sought by bringing you here. But if I may say, there is still some very pretty treasure waiting for you that you may find extremely useful. Yes, this was an inflection point. But not for you. For them.
And in an instant, everything goes black. You feel, once again, every particle of your body pulled, stretched, broken apart, and forced through a tiny pinprick in space and time. It is excruciating, but all at once your vision flashes white and you blink twice. And the world around you materializes again. Shapes and forms come into focus. Your feet, your arms, planks of a ship below you. Fahima, you look down and see a large, beautiful phoenix tattoo on your chest, on the chest of the body you are inside. You feel your hands complete the subtle but important movements, and the rising steam swirling around you manifests into faces and eyes, tiny elemental mephits ready to do your bidding. The rest of you undergo a similar sensation of returning, noticing your own tattoos, registering the time and place, the bodies you are inside, feeling your skills and abilities, the things you have learned as level 8 adventurers, accessible, ready. You have arrived in the exact moment you departed, standing on Whitebeard's itch, James and Uggo having just run up from the cabins below, Civ and Lily next to Whitebeard, Fahima conjuring, all of your hearts pounding with adrenaline in your blood, pumping. You register the chaos, the noise, Choran shouting nearby, Baojai screaming, hooded Dragonborn assassins holding her fast across the planks on the deck of the attack frigate of the Shazengao. And in that moment, that same moment when everything went black, you see a small, almost imperceptible nod from Baojai to her son. And the final words that Nonezaron said to you echo in your ears. An inflection point, but not for you, for them. And in that second, you realize, you look at Chomel being restrained by a large surly pirate. You see him connect with his mother's eyes, and you see him decide. And before you can do anything about it, you see him twist out of the arms of his captor and start to run. So fast across the deck of the ship. It's amazing how fast he's moving past the spilled bag of gold, split open and gleaming in the sun, across the planks connecting the two vessels and into his mother's waiting arms. Her hands shackled, she nonetheless wraps him up in her embrace, holds him tight. But in that same motion, in one smooth, continuous action, she brings her arms down around her son, sweeps back her blue gown, the silken fabric that hangs so delicately over her dragonborn form. She pulls it back to reveal a belt. Strange, unique belt. Even this far away, you can see it for what it is. Civ, it immediately reminds you of the bracelet that Choran was wearing when you first met him, the one he attached to your arrow, the one you fired to the deserted island, the astonishing magical bracelet that transformed an entire arid landmass into a flowing island of waterfalls. This belt is of the same make and design, of a kind, clearly of a set. But where that bracelet featured a turquoise gemstone of teals and blues, this one has a pale gray stone on it, large and prominent in the center like a belt buckle. It shines with undeniable magic power. She closes her eyes, slams her hands down upon the gray stone, and it explodes with incredible energy. As she holds Chomel tight, the belt consumes Baojai, envelops her, transforms her entire form into solid rock, hardening her skin and eyes and the very clothes on her body. She becomes stone, dense and heavy beyond imagining. And the weight of her standing there on that ship, the abrupt transformation from a dragonborn princess into a statue, a slab of granite, a rocky earthen anchor. It's as if someone fired a cannonball directly down in the center of the ship. You see an eruption of planks and boards, of splinters and shrapnel as the Shazengao vessel is torn in half, ripped apart by a thunderous boulder dropped through its middle. You see all of this happen, and you watch Baojai as she holds her son, her expression frozen in stone. a last loving look at her boy. A look of peace. The madness no longer evident in her last moment, in her final gift to him. And like a rocket, the two of them plummet down through the center of the ship and into the sea out of the sight. Down, 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 deeper and deeper, pulling down, down to the bottom of the sea. And that's where we end tonight.
Brutal. Good job, Jeff. I think you raised us up and crushed us all in the same movement.
Sorry, guys.
No, I mean that in a good way.
Breathe.
I mean that in a good way. You got us.
Yeah.
That was hooked.
Yeah.
Got us for sure.
Wow.
Oh my god.
The undrowned.
I feel like I just watched a live play that made me crumble and weep.
Now you know more about yourselves. You know more about the experience that you're in. And next week, we will be dealing with the fallout of that moment back on the ship as the Shazengao battle frigate of the Nameless Few Assassins sinks.
There's a second one now, right?
There is indeed.
Second frigate. Katie's either going to sleep really well tonight or she's not going to sleep at all.
I want to say I love all of you. I love all of you.
Love you too.
We love you too, Jeff.
I appreciate how much you invest in this story and bring your characters to vivid life. And I love all the people watching. I'm sorry that... I'm sorry if I
Apologies.
made anybody have a heart attack tonight. But this is going to be a key point.
Yep.
We have
That is
some
clear.
we have some love from the audience. We got potatoes. We got potatoes from Down to Clown, Cold Candor, and Changebox. 3 potatoes. Oh my god. You might have set a potato record tonight. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate it very much, all of you. I appreciate the love. Killick Lycan, Down to Clown, both new names, I think. The Brush of Tea, Gamer Share, Mikey Likes It, JLo Fett, Bo Busy, TK421, Cat the Mage, and others. Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise.
you.
I promise that the worst is over. I hope.
Do you?
What are you talking about?
I think you just
Talk about this.
was that
We have to
it's
talk
to get
about
a whole
this.
lot worse.
I feel a little bad.
It's
I
going to be
love
an
all of you.
entire episode of us just sitting and talking about this. Everyone
I'm
watching is
done
going to hate it.
Katie needs
Lily's
a
done
refill.
talking.
I'm done with.
She's just going to switch to drinking.
Yeah, Lily's gonna be drunk for the next 4 episodes.
We're all going to go into recovery now. The air band's going to take care of you as we retire into the night. Thank you. We went a little long tonight. I appreciate you all staying up with us. And hope you're here for the next chapter. It is not the end. It is merely the beginning. So we love you and we'll see you soon. Until next week, humankind, be both.
We both.
Love you.
Love you.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout this glorious evening, our humblest of thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And be sure to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run, as the Dungeon Run continues. Just think about it, folks. You're only getting to see a continuation because of the choice they just made. Otherwise, this would have been it. Get clear on that! Anywho, click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.